All right, good morning, Attorney Venora. Any read-ins to check in on?
Yes, we do, Chair Gillette. We can take care of several of them this morning. I'll start with read-in double A. This is to Ms. Palella, and this was relating to EOE attachment 1, page 12, which is a screenshot, I believe, of the bill analyzer, and I believe you have that response.
Yeah, we had done some research and discovered that the image in the document was a copy and paste, and the person had inadvertently taken half of the gas bill analyzer and then half of the electric bill analyzer and put them together so that we have, if needed, we have another screenshot of what the electric looks like and what the gas looks like, and they're not intermingled.
Okay, that was
read-in double A.
double A. Thank you. So, that does the exhibit. So, if they took half of one, half of the other, does the exhibit need to be resubmitted, or is it just the headers were inadvertent?
It probably should be resubmitted because there was information on the top and the bottom that mixed and matched. So
Okay,
I think it's a good idea to resubmit.
thank you. So, Attorney Venora, if you can just resubmit that as a supplement to the original discovery response, please.
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and then we have read-in DD, which is also Ms. Palella's. This was this was referenced yesterday during testimony in the contract incentive relating to total payment collections.
Yeah, so we checked on that and we verified that the UI is paying that that's in the contract for the I-Core vendor, and it's called collections effectiveness, I believe. And it is based on what is contractual. However, it is not in the new contracts for the new vendor. And the reason why I think me personally was not aware that it was being paid out is because we don't talk about it on any of the meetings, any of the sessions, any of the training. It's not a motive for us, but unfortunately at the time, I think it was 2018, our goal was more focused on trying to collect as much as we could so that we would mitigate the results of the, other customers paying for unpaid balances. Obviously, over the years, our focus has changed. And so therefore, we will not be incenting on that going forward in the new contract.
Okay. And just for clarity in the record, that was in reference to RRU 8181 attachment 3, is that right?
I don't have it in front of me.
Will you accept subject to check?
I will accept subject to check.
Okay. Mr. Drahota, I believe you have the read-in to EE, which related to the vendor evaluation form and whether to confirm it's currently in the record. Do you have that information?
I do. I can confirm it is currently in the record. It is part of EOE 5, attachment 3. It's an evaluation form that's used both internally and externally.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Daniel, I understand you have read-in FF, which relates to EOE 265, attachment 1, and the cost benefit analysis relating to the vendor contract. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The question regarding the updated cost benefit analysis based on actual cost, it was provided in CAE 046 attachment 1 confidential, but the savings realized are also expressed in CAE 046 answer A as $2.03 million.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one we have this morning, this is read-in double I. Ms. Palella, I understand you received some information from the revenue requirements team to provide that response?
I did. The revenue requirement witnesses advised us that the company has not made any pro forma adjustments to the test year for changes in reconnection fees. The revenue requirements do provide customers the anticipated benefit of an increasing number of reconnect service fees in the rate years, and that's reflected in the schedule WPC-3.21.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so, Chair, so I still have open double G, double H, and double J, and we're working on those, and we'll provide those as soon as we have them.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Does any other party or intervener have an administrative matter before we resume this morning?
I have just one, I can report. So we have determined that the OCC witness on customer service, Mr. Colton, the company will not require cross-examination of him. So we can strike our 30 minutes that were reserved for him.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
And then we have, and just based on just for planning purposes, we have our clean energy panel on deck for this afternoon, hoping that we potentially will get to them today based on today's cross estimates.
I hope so too. Not until after lunch.
No, okay, yeah, not till after lunch, but we have them waiting in the wings.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Attorney Wheel.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I just heard, I think from EOE, that they may also not have their reserved cross time for Mr. Colton. Mr. Colton is planning to be here at around noon, and it's probably too soon for me to call him off entirely. So we could still plan to have him come to adopt his testimony, or we could do the affidavit process. It's up to the chair, obviously, as it always is.
I appreciate that. I think the authority staff actually do have questions, at least 30 minutes worth. So we are going to unfortunately require Mr. Colton to be here.
Sure.
I don't know if that changes EOE's mind. So neither EOE nor the company will have cross, but the authority will have about 30 minutes, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Anything further? All right, then this morning we are going to resume cross for the customer experience panel. Attorney Solaris, on behalf of authority staff, is going to kick us off here, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name is Sarah Solars. I'm a staff attorney with the authority. My questions today will focus on the fee-free program proposal. Looking at the program proposal generally, the company states that it's aware of other fee-free programs that the authority has approved of for other utilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does the company know if those other fee-free programs were approved for residential and commercial customers?
Yes, they are.
They're approved for both residential and commercial?
Yes.
And that's for CNG and SCG?
Yes.
Is the company aware of other fee-free programs approved by the authority for Yankee Gas Services and Eversource?
I am not definitively aware. That would be subject to check. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Those programs were approved for residential customers only, for your awareness.
Okay.
Would the company be able to provide, as a late file exhibit, a breakdown of the proposed program only for residential customers?
Yes, we could.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, can we have a late file exhibit?
Sure, we are up to 110. It's for the company to provide a breakdown of the fee-free program for residential customers only.
Thank you. Can you explain what ACH is?
Automated clearinghouse, it stands for. So it's like when you use your checking account number to make a payment.
And is the company proposing that this fee-free program also apply to transactions where customers use ACH?
So currently there is no charge for a check if you're using your checking account.
Okay, and to clarify, in response to RRU 457, it says that when implementing testing for the fee-free program, it will need to occur to see that a fee is no longer charged for processing credit card, debit card, and ACH payments. But you said there are no payments processed for ACH.
That's my understanding. One moment.
for clarification. So if a customer is, for example, logged into their My Account and they wish to do an ACH payment, that ACH payment, there is no fee. If the customer is anonymised and they're not logged into their account, they utilise a process called EasyPay, and that's got a payment fee.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple of questions about My Account and the different transactions there. For clarification purposes, this is in reference to RRU 462. In that interrogatory, the company was asked if the only costs that will occur in the reconciliation of the fee-free program were the transaction costs associated with the program, and I just wanted to clarify that those are the only costs that would be reconciled at the next rate case.
Which was the reference?
RRU 262. Oh, I'm sorry. It was RRU 462 that points to RRU 262.
And could you just repeat the question again, please?
Yes. The question was asking if the reconciliation mechanism would only cover the transaction costs associated with the program.
Can you define what you mean by transaction costs?
Sure. So in this instance, the proposal has the fee for residential customers and then the fee for commercial customers, and those would be the transaction cost that would be reconciled in the next rate case. And those are the only costs associated with the fee-free program.
Yeah, so it would be the costs associated with making that payment via credit card or debit card.
Okay, thank you. Looking at EOE 38, Part C, would the company say that a benefit of offering the fee-free program is to encourage customers to enroll in My Account?
From a customer satisfaction perspective, absolutely.
And I guess not from a customer satisfaction perspective, but from the company's perspective, is it more beneficial to have customers enrolled in My Account? I guess in terms of, is there more of a financial benefit for the company to have customers enrolled in My Account?
I mean, I would say customers enroll in My Account, the benefits are primarily for the customer because they can do a lot of self-service options. They can, look into their bill. They can use the bill analyzer. There's a lot of information in there that would help them. I mean, consequently, it may have benefits to the company as well, but it's also cost to serve. We wouldn't have as high of cost to serve if more people chose to self-service, review their information, and then they would get answers to their question and they wouldn't have to contact the company.
Thank you. I believe currently My Account, customers who are enrolled in My Account cannot pay with a credit or debit card. Is that correct?
So customers who are enrolled in a My Account can pay, but they are redirected to the logged out EasyPay section of the website that was referencing in the prior answer.
Okay. And does the company anticipate if the fee-free program is approved that customers would be able to pay with a credit or debit card directly in My Account without being redirected?
That's correct.
Okay. Does the company foresee any cost savings? And this might have been responded to just a few moments ago, but I'll ask it again. Does the company foresee any cost savings if more customers pay via credit card? Are there areas where it would reduce costs, such as reduced postage or printing of bills?
Well, I mean, if customers have other options to pay that that would benefit them because they don't have the money in the checking account at the time and they can pay with their credit card. I mean, that could potentially reduce costs associated with the follow-up of the lack of payment of the bill. And again, consequently, reducing the costs that might be eventually spread to other customers. There, definitely are folks who ask us about the fee-free option when they're trying to, make a payment on their bill.
Yeah, just to provide an example, just the other day, we received a call from a customer where they had a prepaid $25 credit card. And they were attempting to make a payment on our IVR for $25, which was the minimum payment agreement that we had agreed to. And they couldn't use their credit card because of the $3.95 fee.
Okay, thank you. That's a very helpful example. I wanted to turn to the implementation of the program, and I know there were some questions asked yesterday by EOE and OCC. So I just wanted to follow up on a few points that they asked. I believe in the OCC's cross, it was discussed about the terms of the contract that currently the company is requesting proposals for the credit card processor. I just wanted to confirm, it was stated that the term was 3 to 5. That's years.
3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, there was discussion about, I guess at this point in time, because the company is going through the RFP process, it's not clear how long implementation would take. So I'm just going to try again. Do you have any sense if the program were to be approved and you had a vendor, do you think that it would take 30 days, 60 days, 6 months? Do you have any sense of what it would look like once you are all set, what it would take to roll out this program?
Yeah, I think it would be, if you maybe could repeat those three periods of time again as an example, so I can maybe give you a guide from there.
Sure. 30 days, 60 days, and I think 6 months.
Yeah, it would be somewhere, and again, it's subject to absolutely receiving formal timelines back as part of the RFP process, but between the medium to long term periods that you described in your question.
And what would be involved in the implementation of the program? Would language updates to web pages, communication materials? What do you foresee would be involved in the implementation?
Yeah, so there'd be a change management program established, because internally we would have an operational review of procedures and how we currently engage with our existing vendor. Would establish within that, for example, performance reporting, analytics capability to ensure that we've got a strong gauge on the operational output of the platform. There'd be reintegration between our systems and the said vendor system, both from a channel perspective, as in making a payment via the website or the IVR, as well as our billing system in relation to fulfillment files on payments that are made coming back into our systems, and an overall set of reviews in relation to the customer experience and ensuring that the communications and our channels are taking the best opportunity we can for our customers as part of that new technology deployment.
Thank you.
And I would add, in addition to what Mr. Patterson said, is the testing component is often, a number of weeks, because you want to make sure that everything that's been built is going to be the experience that the customer should receive. So that's a really important component of every project, in addition to all the steps that Mr. Patterson described.
Yeah, the other one would be, so as we've stipulated in our testimony, we've deployed a program titled the Customer Journey Redesign Program, and that's where we look to research what our customers' needs are and make sure those new needs are factored into those new capabilities. So right at the start, before we even develop code or implement systems, we would be reaching back out to our customers to gather their insight on needs and working in collaboration to make sure we've got a journey that's fitting to those needs.
Thank you. And in terms of tracking the progress or the success of this program, does the company have any metrics in mind for how they would track the program's success?
I would say initially would be the participation rate of the use of the program, where we noted, I believe yesterday, that comparatively speaking, the participation rate for the UI customers using a credit or debit card is much lower. We would absolutely track, arrears balances to see if we see any benefit there to customers having an additional option to pay their bill.
And in addition to that, we are deploying the Net Promoter Score customer satisfaction framework. So that gives us a real-time gauge of customer perception and the performance of those new capabilities and journeys to our customers, which would absolutely be key to measure the success of this program.
Jumping to a question about hardship customers, I believe this was RRU 455. In that interrogatory, the authority asked for the number of hardship customers making payments by numerous methods, and the company's response was that data for payment by volumes by customer hardship status is not available. And I wanted to clarify, does that mean that the company does not track how its hardship customers are making payments, or is that not something that can be tracked?
So in reference to the coding for hardship customers and running reports, we currently don't have the ability to run a report that would give us that type of data for a number of customers. We absolutely could go into an individual account and assess, are they coded hardship? Have they made this payment? Part of the Customer Insights initiative is to be able to load all those components into this analysis database so that we can improve on our reporting. But on an individual basis, we can, but unfortunately right now we don't have the components to be able to run it in an overall perspective like we're talking about.
Okay, but that's something that the company is looking to develop?
Yes.
Okay, and actively developing that now?
Well, again, it's part of that Insights initiative, so we are actively working it. I just don't have a date of when we would have that completed by.
Thank you. I think the rest of my questions are a little all over the place, but still related to the fee-free program. In response to EOE 133, there's a discussion about the goal of the company's credit card merchant and processing services project. And I was curious if you could describe what that project is, how it differs from the fee-free program, or how it may interact with the fee-free program.
So the project is the enabler from a technology point of view of the fee-free program. So one is the RFP to identify a new vendor, as we mentioned yesterday. And then as we identify that new vendor, when we deploy the new capability, we would propose to offer up fee-free.
Yeah, so the merchant provider is typically the bank that are involved in the charges, and then there's the credit card processor, which can be a different entity. So like right now we use Kubra to process our credit card. So when they say merchant provider, that tends to be the banks.
Thank you. I had a question in reference to EOE 66. The company mentions that they have applied courtesy or goodwill adjustments for the credit card fees in discussions with customers. And I was curious how these courtesy adjustments are funded, and if there is a policy to determine when a courtesy adjustment fee is appropriate to offer to a customer.
So I know that in reference to making a decision, I think at times it might be something about a customer indicated a problem using the site and they've been inconvenienced, or it didn't post as timely as they had trouble processing through. And so we may, in order to recover from that negative customer experience, we may help them with the processing of the card and then agree to waive the charge because of the disruption that we caused the customer. I think there was an example given that if there's somebody's calling to pay on behalf of a deceased person, And they're like, I'm trying to pay this. And as a goodwill courtesy, the representative is empowered to waive that charge. As far as where they occur in our, I would have to, that's subject to check. I'm not positive about how that would be reflected in our accounting.
Okay, is that something that can be followed up on as a read-in?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'll take that as a.
Do we know, I know the late files, but what's the read-in, Attorney Venora?
We are up to double K.
Double K, and what would you like again, please?
That is how courtesy adjustments are funded.
Okay.
Yeah, or cost recovery for those.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Did the company provide in the record all the forms in which a customer can pay their bill?
I believe that we did, but it would be subject to check to locate the exact response. But I recall providing information about which methods were fee-free and which weren't.
Okay, that was my follow-up question.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think this is my final question. This is in reference to the pre-file testimony for the customer service panel, page 32. For in-person payments, are there transaction fees when a customer pays in person at any of the listed locations?
No, there are not.
Okay. And that's all the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Next, we will have Ms. McDonald.
Good morning, panel. Karima McDonald, Pure Staff. I'm just going to focus on interrogatory responses. And I know you had an exchange with the EOE about the policy and training revisions, and I'd like to just take the discussion back there, starting with your response to CAE 29. You can bring up CAE 30 also, because I'll toggle between both responses. Also, after Pura directs the company to update its customer service policies, does the company complete them?
No, we've started to update some of them, and we'd indicated in a different response that our target date was Q2 of this year to complete that process.
And that's for the policies or the training materials?
Policies. The training materials are updated on an ongoing basis. Whenever there's changes to be made, we update training materials, job aids, and make sure that we get the updated versions to the employees.
And generally, there's a time limit associated with a directive, and we receive it needs to be updated by X date next month, and then the training materials are updated prior to that date.
So in a customer interaction where the CSR is having trouble or isn't sure of what the policy is, that CSR then finds the policy to help, or they go to the training material?
So they can do one of a number of things. They can refer to their training materials to kind of self-service, right, to find the information on their own. They also have the ability to reach out to higher trained employees, either lead representatives or supervisors, to provide direction as to the process that they're supposed to be utilizing. So they have that in addition to training materials.
Okay, thank you. In attachment 2 of CA 29, it's also in CA 30. The customer can make partial payments with the mini match functionality for MPP. Well, that's my understanding. Am I correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Attachment 2 of CAE 29, and it's also in CAE 30. In reviewing that policy, there's something called the mini match functionality for the MPP program. That means the customer is able to make multiple payments or partial payments while they're participating in MPP.
That's correct.
Okay. But the policy doesn't say customers are able to make multiple payments. I didn't see that in the training materials, and your policy doesn't explicitly say so. Is that also correct?
I would say subject to check. And now this is a rather lengthy procedure. Let me just check with my. Yeah, remains subject to check. We'll have to go through the material, but the confirmation is that is what the representatives are trained on. So we'll check the materials.
Okay. Thank you. So are we gonna get a read-in for that, or?
I think we could do a read in. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be read in LL.
Yes, just confirmation that customers can make, the policy states that customers can make partial payments in the MPP program.
Thank you.
It's also in the training materials.
Thank you.
So for clarity, the training materials are the first line of, I'll say, defense for the CSRs. However, throughout the attachments in CAE 29, the company refers to the policies, but the policies are not updated. So my question is, based on that information, where's the CSR getting its information? Because I assume the supervisor is also referring to the policies.
So the policies or standard operating procedures are generally the mechanics in which an employee would perform the transaction. On top of that, we have training material. That's what's used in our training classes. So that training material is up to date. In addition to training material, there are job aids or checklists in addition to that to give more quick reference to a representative in case they need additional assistance. And on top of that, there are escalation points for the customer service representative, whether it be a higher trained employee, a supervisor, lead representative, that they can check in to make sure that they have the correct information. But again, the standard operating procedures again are more, the mechanics of how to perform the transaction within the system.
So, okay, so the training materials are updated, you said. So everything
Yes.
that was submitted in CAE 30 are the current training materials.
Correct. And the training materials are generally updated in between each new hire training class or as we get directives either from Pura or policy changes, internal policy changes, we update the training material subsequently.
So in attachment 1, and this is also in CAE 30, the current training materials, there's a revision date at the top of the page for August 10th, 2022. This is page 2. It's specifically about the bill forgiveness program. In the 420 decision of 21701, the company was directed to revise the program no later than June 1st. But again, the revision date says August 10th. How did that comply with the directive?
Yeah, so the original date that the training was developed, what was sometime in June. There have been subsequent divisions or revisions since that time. So it could be as something as small as a grammatical error that we provide an update to, which would list a revision date, or if there are additional steps that we think a customer service representative needs to take place in order to be in compliance, we'll subsequently update the training document. So the revision date is reflective of that, not necessarily when the training was developed.
Okay, thank you. So then customers were offered the option they were supposed to get then by June 1st.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so let's go to attachment 1, page 7 of 18. It's more of the same. I'd like to talk about the language there for the BFP program.
Sorry, which number, attachment 1 of which?
29, sorry. So I have a few statements, and please feel free to cut me off where I'm wrong. A customer who is 2 months behind in the program, that's the BFP, they will fail out by the 3rd month. However, a customer who has failed out can re-enroll in BFP with 0 down and make monthly payments that lead to substantial arrearage forgiveness, and without the requirement to also get energy assistance. So far, I'm correct, right?
One moment. Could you just repeat the question? I want to make sure that we give you the
I didn't
proper.
get to the question yet, though. I wanted to make sure
Well,
those
you said,
statements.
is that true? Okay.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just wanted to, so.
I want to make sure my understanding is
Yeah,
correct.
so can you just repeat? Because I want to get an answer of yes, that was accurate, or no, it was not.
Okay, thank you. So customers who are 2 months behind, they fail out of the program by the 3rd month. If the customer fails out, they can re-enroll with 0 down and make monthly payments to substantially increase their forgiveness.
Is that true or not true? It sounds like there's a different process to follow than what you've described.
Oh, well, then that would explain. So on the top of page 7, the collection procedures, section 1, in your training materials and your policies, it says breaking the monthly payment arrangement will end participation in the program and result in normal credit collection activities. So are CSRs telling customers that they will no longer be able to participate in the BFP program, or they're given the opportunity to re-enroll in the program?
Yeah, I know we have someone who's closer to the program here, so I am not sure if this would be more effective to swear him in so that we could not, delay everyone.
If the chair is amenable to that, I think that would be preferable, because
Okay.
we have our subject matter expert here.
Attorney Venor, if you could just introduce him,
Yes.
spell his last name for the
Yes.
record, please.
I'll ask him, actually, can you please, sir, introduce yourself for the record and state your name and position?
Sure. Jaime Soto, SOTO, and I'm lead. Sorry, guys. Jaime Soto, JAIME SOTO, and I'm lead analyst of hardship programs for UI SCG CNG.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. If you could raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Soto.
Good morning.
I am just trying to understand the collect based on what's in your training and what's in your procedures. Ultimately, I want to know if customers can re-enroll in the BFP program if they miss 2 months payments.
Yes, that is correct. So what the current process is if a customer misses one payment, they are removed from the program. So the customer has two options. The customer could either make up their missed payments if they're able to do that to be re-enrolled back into the program, or if the customer shows that they're not able to make up their missed payments, we could set them up on the program all over again based on the current balance that they have and set up a new budget for the customer.
In that situation, the customer is able to make partial payments.
If the customer is able to make any payments, then that's definitely fine because it will help them towards their arrearage. But if they're not able to make their full payments of what they had originally agreed upon for a budget, we would take their balance that they have at that time when they call in, and then we will calculate their new budget based on their new balance. And then they will pay that amount going forward for the term that they selected to be on the program for.
Didn't the authority direct the company to allow for partial payments with the BFP program? So as long as that partial payment equals to the amount that's due?
Excuse me 1 second.
Can you clarify that in terms of partial payments versus multiple payments in a month?
Can a customer, I'll use an example. If the customer monthly budget for the BFP is $50, can that customer make 2 payments of $25 by the due date for that $50?
Yes.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 1 of the same interrogatory response. It's the confirmation letter.
Can you direct us to the page again, please?
Exhibit 1. I don't have the page number with me. From memory, it's right below your collection procedures.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Is this the letter that's automatically sent to customers who were also automatically enrolled in the BFP program?
Well, right now we have not implemented the auto enrollment yet. That's not going to take place until the end of this month. But right now, this is the letter that currently any customer that's enrolled in BFP receives.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so in that letter, there's mention of the payment options for a convenience fee or without a convenience fee. Is there a live link or knowledge of the website inserted in that letter for customers to find these locations?
There isn't a link on the letter because the customer won't be able to click on the link, but there isn't any mention on the information being on our website, but that's something that we could definitely look into.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's move to the responses to CAE 34 and 35. There were 642 fees waived from 2016 through 2022 for reconnection charges, correct? Correct. Can the company identify how many were overhead reconnections versus reconnection at the meter?
So I'm sure we could, um, we'd probably have to take that as a read-in.
So do you mean like a street type disconnection and
Versus
reconnection versus
going
an
on the
automated?
premises? Yeah.
We can definitely check to see if we have reporting available that would be able to, go back that far and determine the difference in the fees. So I think subject to check, we can see how far back we can go to get that data.
Okay. Could you also check to see if you are able to tell hardship versus non-hardship customers? Have that distinguished?
We can see if we can do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have that as a read-in
That would
or
probably be a late
file?
file.
Okay, Ms. McDonald. So we're up to late file exhibit 111, and it's to provide information about the number of street disconnections
Versus on premises, and also to distinguish between non-hardship and hardship customers.
Thank you.
Yeah, in reference to CAE 34.
Thank you.
In your response to CA 34, the company stated that as well as the account history as a consideration for waiving late charges, in the question was asked, how does the company determine when to waive these fees? Based on that statement, is it saying that the number of times the account holder received a waiver, is that what's taken into consideration?
And there's a number of different factors that are taken into consideration. The circumstances that resulted in the late payment fee, as well as any prior credits that were issued for a late payment fee are taking into consideration. We've also subsequently updated our training materials to understand and take into consideration any undue burden that it may have on the customer in terms of being able to make their payment. So there's lots of things that are factored into whether or not we will waive a fee, but we empower our customer service representatives to do some fact finding, to understand the circumstances, and if they feel that the late payment fee is warranted, after considering multiple factors, they should be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. And so late fees were suspended in 2020, correct?
Correct.
In the response, there are 144 late fees that were waived in 2021. Why were they waived if the fees were already suspended?
They would have been fees that were applied previous to that. So there might have been some sort of, can you reference which number which response?
35.
35.
CAE 35.
So those charges would have been incurred prior to when we stopped charging LPCs. But they were credited in that time period, but they would have been for charges that were applied prior to that time period. So it could be a late inquiry about a bill or an issue with a bill that was considered, but those charges were applied prior to when we stopped charging.
I want to make sure I understand that. So the customer may have incurred this fee back in 2020, but it's now you're seeing this now in 2021.
There would have been a customer inquiry about that particular situation of a previous bill.
Oh, okay.
And so they would, for whatever the circumstances were, it was determined that they waived the late payment charge.
Okay. Thank you. Interrogatory response 86.
That'd be CA 80.
CAE 86. First, the policy or the arrangement that is given here, that is the current arrangement that's updated for commercial customers payment
Yes,
plan? Okay,
yes.
all right, thank you. So I couldn't tell, so please help me here. What is the balance amount and the number of days that qualifies a commercial customer to enroll in this payment plan?
It would be any amount that they are past due. If they need a payment arrangement to help pay their bill, then we would place them on a payment arrangement. There's no criteria as far as how late or how large.
Can these customers renegotiate the payment arrangement?
Yes, payment arrangements are able to be negotiated as long as the arrangement is still active. Then a customer could call and renegotiate their payment at any time, correct?
Okay. Would they have to go through the review officer to do that?
No.
Okay. And are they allowed to make partial payments? As long as it's equal to the.
That is correct,
mother?
by the due date on the bill, correct?
Okay. If the customer misses a second payment, the customer is required to make the full past due amount to avoid disconnection. So my question is, if the customer has the opportunity to pay only 1 month's past due to avoid disconnection, that will be fine too, and they can re-enroll in the program
After the second arrangement or after the first?
after the second arrangement?
Well, after the second arrangement, what is required is the full past due on the account, but the customer could speak with their commercial representative and work out a verbal agreement so the customers, the commercial collection rep could still show flexibility and work with the customer. You know, it's not set in stone that they will not be able to work with them, but this is the formal arrangement that's offered.
Just gonna add that there's obviously with our customer service representatives and commercial collectors, there's an element of discretion. We do empower them to work with our customers, under and understand, extenuating circumstances. It's, it's not necessarily as Mr. Soto pointed, set in stone. They have the ability and the discretion to work with somebody. It wouldn't require a review officer. These are the accounts that they're actively working.
Oh, thank you. So if once the commercial customer misses the payment, everything is due at once, but you said it's not set in stone. Does the period in which the 6 months period that they're allowed to pay, does that have any bearing as to the number of times they're allowed to miss payments in the program?
Well, they could have two arrangements within a 12-month period, two formal payment arrangements within a 12-month period.
But within the 6 months, they're only allowed to miss one payment. If that payment arrangement was extended to say 8 months, would they have an opportunity to miss at least two payments?
Well, the way that our system is designed, that the customer, if they miss one payment, then the arrangement will deactivate. So the one payment miss will deactivate the arrangement, and then a customer will be able to set up a second one within the 12-month period from the start date of the original arrangement that was set up.
The 12-month period begins at the original start date?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that the customer can speak with the collection, the commercial collection service rep if there's a change in their financial situation. Are there documents that the customer needs to submit to prove this?
No, the customer does not need to submit anything. The customer could verbalize that information with the commercial representative.
Was this the same plan that was offered prior to COVID?
No. Prior to COVID, commercial accounts did not receive formal arrangements as these. So we worked with Eversource actually to come up with a plan for our commercial customers. So this was an agreement that we had with Eversource, and then we submitted it for review.
We recognize that in the commercial collections group, we had an opportunity to tighten up some of the, process that they followed. We found that there's 5 individuals in that group, and we found after speaking to them that there was as coming out of COVID, there were different approaches depending on the person and who trained them and things like that. So as Mr. Soto said, in conjunction with Eversource, we discussed what we felt was fair approach with commercial customers, understanding that we empower them also to vary from that. But we wanted to set with a common set of standards that the customer service representatives would have and the commercial collections group would have as well.
Thank you. Is the company tracking the success or failure rate of this program so far? Or can you?
I know that, we have the information. I don't know that we've run a report as of yet to determine the success rate, but we can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the responses to interrogatories 42 and 90, please. And talk about the review officer process. Forgive me, CAE. That's my unit. I don't repeat it often. CAE 42 and CAE 90. Could you clarify whether the review officer is a part of the call center staff?
The review officers are a part of a separate group called Customer Escalations Group. There are 3 of them.
Oh, that was going to be my next question.
Yeah. There's two and a manager that is also could speak to customers. So there's 3 total in the group.
And the 3 total is for all customers, all residential customers.
All customers. They also support CNG and SCG in Connecticut, and so they receive escalated issues from PURA, EOE, as well as Better Business Bureau, Attorney General's Office, executive complaints is folks can, and in addition to the contact center, who can contact them for assistance or if a customer needs a review officer review.
Is the manager in the customer? Let me be sure I understand it. The manager in the customer escalation is the same as the manager in the escalation flow for the customer complaint?
So sorry, just to clarify. So the manager of customer escalations is a relatively new position. Prior to that, we had 3 review officers, 1 lead, and 2 support. So there were 3 review officers in the group. The most senior review officer retired, and we determined to replace that with a manager of customer escalations, so that we could not only manage that group but also tie in, what other type of escalations are we receiving, themes, action items, things like that. So that person is different from the manager in the customer escalations procedure. That's the manager of the contact centers, which happens to be Mr. Daniels.
Oh, okay, thank you. So in 2020, based on the revised number of complaints that was submitted for EOE 88 and reiterated here in CAE 90, there were 425 complaints and 318 in 2021. And the escalation here, this is only for the review officer. These are the number of complaints that the review officer or officers rectified or remedied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it the number of review officer currently with the company, the cause for the, all right, let me reframe that. I'm sorry. During the escalation process, it seems like the CSR is deterred from getting to the review officer. Based on the training and the policies that I've read. Is this because of the number of people that currently have that title, or that's just the company policy?
So I don't know that I would classify it as deterred. I think it's more, we empower our customer service representatives and the next levels of escalation to resolve an issue for the customer, so that the limited staff that we do have in the review officer position won't have to step in to resolve a customer issue. I think we want to resolve the customer issue before that has to happen.
Yeah, I think the intent is to make the customer experience as smooth as possible. So we don't want to make them feel like they have to go through layers of escalation in order to get an issue resolved. We find that with the robust escalation process we have in place, it's relatively easy for them to get a situation resolved, because they start with a customer service representative. If they feel that they're not getting their needs answered, the customer service representative has working leaders and supervisors in a queue that are readily available, that they can handle the call. And so they would escalate to that group, and each one of these layers is empowered to resolve the customer's issue, and encouraged to find out what the customer needs, how can we meet their needs and resolve that. So it's, for us, it's a better customer experience to be able to readily address a situation and resolve it in a relatively quick manner.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to CAE 91, please. First, as the company completed correcting all the affected accounts mentioned in the correspondence dated January 6th of 2023.
Yeah, the customers that were assessed the late payment charges in error?
Correct.
Yes, that has been corrected.
How did the company identify the issue?
It was a customer escalation that we received. And we noted that they were charged the late payment charge incorrectly based on a balance transfer.
And that led the company to review other accounts.
Right. We then reviewed all of the accounts that were assessed a late payment charge, and we identified that the common denominator was this balance transfer process.
In the response, the customer said the company said it will not assess late payment charges until additional testing is done. Is that completed?
It's not completed. We're in the final stages of that testing. We're being very careful about making sure that we cover every possible scenario of testing in order to avoid what happened before.
Is there an estimated time that this process will be done?
We were hoping actually last week that we would complete it, but the quality framework that we use to test is currently not available until the end of next week due to some maintenance updates. And so once that becomes available after next week, we believe we probably have another week perhaps of just validating the testing that has occurred.
And after the validation process, the company intends to immediately begin assessing late fees?
Yeah, we would update the authority first to let you know, and then we would start assessing again, yes.
All right, thank you. Interrogatory response to CAE 98. Is the company still incurring costs related to the COVID-19 program?
Incurring costs related to,
Administratively implementing the COVID-19 program?
I would say, no, we aren't incurring costs. We currently have some customers still on the COVID payment arrangement plan, but we don't incur costs regarding that. Those customers are enrolled in the plan. They're making their payments. In some cases, they're deactivating if they aren't making payments, but we don't have administrative costs associated with that.
Okay, thank you. So last week, I think it was the O&M panel directed me to OCC 577 when I requested a breakdown of the company cost incurred for the COVID-19 reg asset. I found it helpful, but it's not quite what I need. The company was directed to keep a detailed record of all the costs it incurred for the COVID-19 payment plan and any lost revenue as a result. Can I get a late file of those numbers starting from when the company was directed to establish the COVID-19 reg asset?
I think we can work with the other panel and see what we can provide.
Should be a late file then.
Okay. Late file exhibit 112. Ms. McDonald, can you summarize the prompt for me, please?
A detailed record of cost and lost revenues for implementing order numbers 1 through 3 in docket 200315.
Thank you.
All right. In your responses to CAE 98, the company stated, given the unprecedented circumstances surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic, it didn't contemplate any solution for the disposition of the COVID-19 reg asset. Absent splitting the cost of the shareholders, are there any other solutions to this issue?
Again, I would need to work with the other panel to respond to that.
Okay. There further in the response, the company stated it was thoughtful and methodical in focusing on the interests of customers and the feedback from collection practices. In balancing all those factors, is it appropriate to request resumption of shutoffs for hardship customers and medically protected customers 8 weeks before the starting of the moratorium?
Well, I think what we've tried to do throughout is balance the needs of low-income customers and support them with the programs that they need, and yet still balance the interest of the customers who the costs are spread to if we don't receive payments and amounts are charged off. So we're trying to balance those two. So for the customers who would be at risk of disconnection, hardship, or the hardship customers, they have not engaged in any of the programs. They're not signed up for a payment arrangement. So they have growing balances, which will then end up being, passed along to the other customers. So we're conscious of that balance. And so we believe that, we've been doing a lot of effort to outreach. We're doing that today and leading up to the potential for them to be disconnected. We're sending the transition letters, we're doing outbound phone calls. And this is in addition to all the communications that these customers have gotten up till now. So we're trying to balance the two, and we're concerned that perhaps, some of these customers are not responding because they don't have any threat of, losing their service. And so perhaps maybe that's why they're not responding and paying their bills. So our hope is that we don't disconnect them, but we get them enrolled in the programs that they might qualify for to help them pay their bills.
Thank you. So does the company still intend to resume terminations May 2nd of this year?
I believe that we have reported that it would be May 15th would be the first disconnection that we would move forward with. And as I mentioned, now we're communicating with customers. We're sending them information in reference to all the programs that are available to them. So we're hopeful again that the majority of those customers will contact us so that we can get them signed up for programs and avoid that.
Thank you. You said May 15th. Where was this reported?
We had filed with our transition plan that we filed with Pura, that we indicated, there's a chart that we indicated the timing of all of our actions. And so with our communication plan, we are waiting to initiate until May 15th.
Oh, speaking of the communication plan, the company said there was a delay with the communication plan for related to these service terminations. Is there a date certain yet that this plan will be submitted?
Oh, it's already been submitted.
It's been submitted?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Ms. Cohen? Oh, Ms. Vigras.
Thank you. My name is Jenna Vigras. I'm authority staff. So first, my question starts with, can you provide a comprehensive list of all of the external firms and vendors the company works with for customer service, including collections activities?
So that we work with for collections activities?
Work with for customer service, and within that, including your collections activities.
So if it's all customer service related matters, we might want to take that as a late file so that we can make sure we get you a comprehensive list.
Okay, so let's leave file exhibit 113, please.
Okay, so now my next line of questioning is specific to collections practices. First, can you walk us through the full timeline of a customer from initial unpaid bill to becoming a finaled account, and then finally referred to a third-party collections agency?
Yeah, so a third-party collection agency?
Right.
So that would be a customer who is moving out or closing their account, and the bill is not paid, and I believe subject to check, it's 44 days. And then it's referred to a third-party collection agency for follow-up if it's not paid.
Thank you. So could you provide a little bit more detail of what the timeline is from initial unpaid bill to
so
finally?
As they're currently an active customer?
Right.
Okay, so you would get your bill, and then if the bill is not paid, you would get your next bill that would indicate your bill is delinquent. If there's a balance forward, you would then get a disconnection notice that I believe is 5 days after that second bill that you haven't paid. And then you get, in addition to the disconnection notice, you'll then get a final reminder notice, which I believe is 7 days after that. In addition, you get an outbound phone call that's reminding you that you have a past due balance. And then if you close the account with the past due balance, you would then, after 44 days, be referred to a third-party collection agency.
Okay, thank you. So is that the action of closing the account, is that made by the customer or is that made by the company?
Well, the account could be closed either if the customer moves and closes the account, or if you could have a non-paid disconnect. Typically, those reconnect. Those don't stay final for very long, or it stays open until the customer reactivates. But if for some reason the customer doesn't pay and then they've left, it will end up being a finaled account.
Okay, thank you. And then again, how long does the company wait between filing an account and referring it to a collections agency?
That's the 44 days.
Okay, thank you. And how has the company established this timeline? Is this company policy? Is it consistent with the other gas companies that are subsidiaries of Avangrid in Connecticut, et cetera?
It is consistent with CNG and SCG in Connecticut, and it's a long-standing practice. I believe the assumption is it's been over a month and a half, and the anticipation is perhaps it's not going to be paid, and so it's then forwarded to an agency.
Okay, thank you. Can you do the same timeline for a customer that must remain an active account, from first unpaid bill to being referred to a legal collections firm?
So the legal collections firm so it's the same timeline, for an active customer that I just described. The legal is currently, if it's greater than 90 days old and a balance of $2,500 or greater.
Okay, thank you. And for legal collections activities, do those occur during the winter moratorium period between November 1st and May 1st?
The account would be referred to the agency if they're not engaged in a payment plan, matching payment, et cetera. So yes, it is year round. And again, it's for those customers greater than 90 days, $2,500 or more, and they haven't engaged with the company to sign up for any type of payment plan or program, just despite those contact points that I described earlier.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so the company will refer financial hardship accounts to a legal collections firm during the winter moratorium period of November 1st to May 1st?
If they have not engaged with the company to set up on a program, and then the collections firm will attempt to contact the customer to try to engage them and get them enrolled in a program.
Okay, thank you. And are these practices the same for commercial accounts?
Commercial accounts are not routinely referenced to the legal firm. I believe we have maybe 10 accounts. It's sort of on a case-by-case basis.
Can you provide a little more detail of why a commercial account would be referred to a legal collections firm?
I think it would be subject to check. Like I said, I think there's 10 accounts, and I believe it's if we believe we could use the legal resources to do some investigation and finding out who owns the property, or any way we can, secure some payment from the customer, just additional assistance. But again, it's not a regular practice, and I could absolutely check on those 10 accounts to see what the circumstances were if needed.
Thank you. So it's not the same guidelines as with residential accounts of they have to be a customer that cannot be disconnected.
it's a discussion with a supervisor that says, you know, I've been working this account and do we think that we can get any assistance? Again, our whole goal and focus is to try to get customers to respond, to engage in a program so that we don't end up passing those costs along to the other customers.
Thank you. And can you describe how the company decides to final a commercial account? Is it the same process as with residential accounts?
How a commercial account is finalized,
Yes.
it would be the same. Yeah, either they would request to close the account or potentially they would not pay. We would disconnect the account and then they never restart the account.
And just for clarification, on a non-paid disconnect account, 7 days after the disconnect occurs, an account will be automatically finalized.
I apologize. So 7 days prior to disconnect, it will be final?
After.
After.
So
Thank you.
accounts disconnected, no longer power at the premise. 7 days after that, the account will be finalized.
Okay, thank you.
And there's a delay there because typically you would receive feedback from a customer. We'd get, you know, hopefully get them on a program and get them restarted. So that's the majority of those accounts that are disconnected for non-payment. They're restarted within that time frame.
Okay, thank you. And that timeline that you described previously, is that the full portfolio of internal company collections practices?
In reference to like outreach to customers, I mean, we in addition, we do send information to customers that we know are coded hardship, that we encourage them to sign up for programs. We have for customers who are enrolled in our matching payment programs, MPP and BFP, we have alerts now so that if they miss a payment, we'll send them a text or an email to let them know. So I guess I would, you know, you could characterize those as collections attempts or collections practices, because again, the whole point of the collections process is to get the customer's attention and to impress upon them the importance of you know, speaking to us so that we can get them enrolled in a program to help them maintain their service.
Great, thank you. So specifically about the number of customer touch points that the company has prior to eventually referring a customer to a third-party collections agency or a legal collections firm, can you provide that number, whether through email or through phone calls?
Well, the steps I described before are the normal automated touch points, and in addition to that, depending on whether or not the customer gets those additional touch points, like during the COVID and the transition plan, the customers are getting a lot more, you know, additional touch points if they have the past due balance. So we've got those standard and then potentially additional depending on the customer's status. So I could take a late file if that helps, and then I can incorporate, here's the standard, and then here's the additional touch points that depending on the circumstances a customer may receive.
Sure.
Okay, so that'll be late file exhibit 14, which is to articulate the standard collections practices.
The number of customer touch points that the company engages in prior to referring the customer to a third-party collections agency or legal collections firm.
Yeah, just to clarify for the third-party collection agency for final accounts, it is possible that a customer is up to date the entire time and then they move and then they don't pay their bill. So they wouldn't necessarily receive all those touch points. They would get that final reminder notice to let them know that their final bill has not been paid, and then they would be referred. So I just wanted to clarify while we're gathering that's the case.
Thank you.
That could be a case of a final customer.
That's helpful, thank you. And can you clarify some definitions for me? So the difference between final, outstanding, and delinquent. Can you just define those terms?
Is that 3 terms or 2
Yes,
terms?
three terms.
A finalized customer is a customer who's no longer active. Outstanding I guess I would need that in context.
Okay.
Like an
Um,
outstanding balance,
Sure.
that just means that there's a balance that's past due.
Great. And then delinquent?
Same delinquent customer would be a balance that's past due.
Okay.
Again, it depends on the context of outstanding. It could be just there's a balance due, but it's not past due. It could be
Mhm.
current. So I guess I would have to see the context in which it's used.
Okay. And can you define what a final bill means?
It's the bill that is no longer current. It's a customer that's no longer an active customer.
Okay.
It's a final status.
So customer requests to move out of our territory, they notify us that they're leaving, they will receive a final bill, right? So one last bill for the charges that you have incurred up until the time that you've requested to move out.
Okay, thank you. So essentially the customer is almost finaled
Well,
or is in a final status?
if it's a final status, the account has been closed. It's a final account. It's not active any longer.
Okay, so in order
So
for
they don't have service at that point.
right, thank you. So in order for a customer to pay their final bill, will they only be able to pay that through the third-party collections agency then?
No, they would get their final bill and then they would have the 44 days, but they could still pay us because they could pay us or they could pay the collection agents, the third-party collection agency.
Okay, thank you.
Could pay either.
Great. So now turning to interrogatory CAE 87. I apologize. I no longer need to ask that question. Moving to interrogatory RRU 73, specifically attachment 1. Great. So in this attachment, it includes a table of expenses related to collections activities, and the one of the rows is saying collection entity final. Can you explain what the expenses related to the collection entity final includes?
That appears to be related to the third-party collection agencies. Just subject to check for a second.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's a distinction between the legal firm that deals with active customers and then the third-party collection agencies that deal with final customers.
Okay, thank you. And with this table, can you confirm, my understanding is this includes expenses for legal collection firms for both hardship and non-hardship accounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why a non-hardship customer would be referred to a legal collections firm?
Again, the parameters are if your balance is greater than 90 days, greater than $2,500, and you haven't taken any action to pay your bill or engage into a payment arrangement or matching payment plan. So regardless of hardship status, you would be referred to the legal firm.
Right. So my understanding is the only residential customers that are sent to legal collections firms are those that cannot be disconnected. So is that correct?
I believe that's one of the parameters subject to check.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then for the non-hardship customers that are referred to legal collections agencies, are those customers only medical protection customers, for example, or does that include other customers as well?
Again, subject to check, but I believe that if we also look at what type of meter that they have, So if it's an automated meter, I believe that we characterize that as, it's more readily available to disconnect versus a non automated meter.
Okay.
But yes, that's
Thank
correct.
you. Great.
Again, our goal is to try to reduce the number of costs that are passed to the other customers. And so, we have certain things that we can do ourselves, but then if we believe that this extra step may assist, then that's historically what we've used that for.
Thank you. So in the company's response to CAE 38, it states that the company allows a customer 30 days to pay their final bill. The account is then held for an additional 2 weeks before sending to third-party collections agencies. Can you describe what is happening during those 2 weeks? Can a customer pay their bill during those 2 weeks, or is the company reaching out to customers, et cetera?
They get their final bill notice during that time frame. So it's just an indication that we're waiting some additional time to hopefully have them respond to that notice.
Okay, so
And all of the payment channels that are available to active customers are available to customers who have a final bill.
okay, thank you. So to
Yeah,
confirm,
they can pay at any time during this process before the 44 days, at the time that it's referred, after it's referred, they can pay in any mechanism they would like.
okay, perfect. Thank you. Is the company doing any outreach during those 2 weeks, or is the final bill notice the only?
Yeah, we don't currently have any additional outreach in place other than that final bill notice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so switching a little bit, can you describe the company's history of using wage garnishments, such as how long the company has used them and what motivated the company to start using this practice?
So I can't definitively speak to when it started. I believe that is part of the tools that the legal firm does use in the event that they are unable to have the customer respond to the outreach that they initially attempt with the customer. So first it's a series of phone calls and letters to try to get the customer to respond and to get them enrolled in a program. And so during the time that the legal firm has those accounts, they would look to see if the customer has property for potentially a lien or a job where potentially a wage garnishment is available. But the numbers are relatively small. I believe 1% or less of the accounts that are referred to the legal firm have encountered any wage garnishment activity. It's relatively small, and we've stopped that approach.
Right. Thank you. So, for wage garnishment, does UI pay the court fee for wage garnishment applications, or does the legal collections firm pay that fee?
So I believe that we have a submitted response to that, subject to check, but we would pay fees associated with that activity.
Okay, thank you. So then, does UI seek recovery of that fee as a taxable cost?
I would have to check on that question.
Okay. All right, should we do a late file then?
Or reading.
Or
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, see, we are up to late file 115. That's to discuss and confirm whether
whether UI seeks recovery of the court fee for wage garnishment applications as a taxable cost. And if so, where? So at this time, does the company have a plan for pursuing legal judgments and wage garnishments again in the future?
We do not at this time.
Okay, Thank you. So, as you referred to, the company has increased the threshold for referring a customer to a legal collections firm from 60 days past due with a balance of $1,000 or more to 90 days past due with a balance greater than $2,500. Have you seen this reduction or change in referrals to legal collections firm has increased the number of customers who have paid?
Well, I don't know that we've seen any market change, and I will say at this point, we are absolutely reevaluating our strategy of referring accounts to the legal collections firm. We understand with the rising energy prices, and the pressures that customers are having, we're in the process of reevaluating the strategy.
Okay, thank you. So in CAE 41, the company states that customers have the option to renegotiate the payment plan regardless of whether it is with UI, the legal firm, or collection agencies. For renegotiation, is that always done with the entity the arrangement is made with, or can a customer always renegotiate with UI? For example, I'm assuming that's only for active accounts. So then if a customer makes a payment arrangement with a legal collections firm, can they then still go to UI to renegotiate that payment plan?
Yeah, I think the representatives would speak to the customer. They would find out, what they need, and then we would notify the legal firm to let them know that, we've agreed to negotiate a new plan, or, with any hope, hopefully we would get them, and if they were having, difficulty and they qualified, we would get them enrolled in a program.
Thank you. So are customers notified in any way once they're referred to a legal collections firm that they can still reach out to UI about renegotiating that plan?
Yeah, as active customers, they're still getting the same type of touch points and notification from us, contact us. So they're getting their disconnection notices, their extra notice to encourage them to contact us. So at the same time that the legal firm is trying to, maintain contact with them, we're doing our same steps. So they have the notification that please call us so that we can, get you enrolled in a program or see how we can assist.
Great, thank you. Can you describe a scenario where a customer would be referred to a legal collections firm and then realize that they are in fact eligible for the bill forgiveness program?
So the legal collections firm would be asking them if they were, having financial difficulties, and once they determine that they may be eligible, they would refer them back to our company so that we could get them enrolled in a program.
Okay, thank you. And so, does the company have a plan for how customers that are referred to legal collections firms will be included in the one-time auto enrollment of customers onto BFP?
So regardless of whether they've been referred to the legal collections firm or not, they're treated exactly the same. They're still a customer. They're treated exactly the same. So if they qualify for an auto enrollment of a program, we would absolutely do that. And as I mentioned, we're reassessing our strategy with the legal firm. So that, may not be an issue.
Okay, thank you. So the company doesn't have to do anything different with the auto enrollment plan because those customers are still.
No, if we auto enrolled them, they would be recalled from, if they were still with a legal collection firm, they would be recalled from the firm and then enrolled.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe the fee structure for legal collections firms and third-party collections agencies?
The legal collection firm is a 15% for payments that are made by customers who have referred. So there's a 15% fee on the payment. And then the third-party collection agencies, we actually have like primary and secondary agencies that we refer. And each of them, there's two primary agencies and two secondary. It's sort of a champion challenger type mode that we try to, get the best out of each firm. And so each of them have a negotiated rate, which I believe ranges from between maybe 10 and 14%, subject to check. That is the fee that we would pay on any payments that they are able to receive.
Thank you. And that is the same for the third-party collections?
That's the description of the third-party
Okay, thank
collection
you.
agencies. There's 4 of those, the primary and secondary. So you either, the accounts referred to the primary, and then if they don't get any collection from the customer with their efforts, it's referred to a secondary agency.
Okay, thank you. And so how does the company incorporate the fees paid to both legal collections and third-party collections into the uncollectibles calculation?
I would need to check that.
Okay, thank you.
Late file
Yeah,
on that.
can we do a late file?
Okay. So late file exhibit 116 is to discuss how the company factors in
Fees paid to both legal collections firms and third-party collections agencies, and then funds received from customers through those collections into the uncollectibles calculation.
for hardship and non-hardship.
Sure, for hardship and non-hardship customers.
Okay.
And then finally, do UI, the collections agencies or legal collections firms ever sell customer debt?
No.
Perfect, thank you. So now moving on to customer service representatives. Do the company's CSRs handle commercial customers as well?
They can perform certain transactions for commercial customers. We do have a separate commercial collections group that would handle past due balances for commercial accounts.
Okay, thank you. So can you describe as a commercial customer how they would interact with the company?
So just to clarify, there's commercial, there's industrial, there's so just regular mom and pop shop that has service with us.
Sure, we can start with a small commercial operation.
Yeah, small commercial operation would interact with, our customer service representatives, pretty much in the very same way that a residential customer would. They can call with an inquiry to establish service, where we would take their tax ID information and establish a service in the LLC's name, a company's name, a person's name, depending on how they would like to have their service established. And then throughout the process, they're receiving the same correspondence, related to their bills that a residential customer would. And if they have an inquiry about that, they can contact us to get their questions answered.
Thank you. So regarding questions around their payment or a payment plan, would they still reach out to the company's regular customer call center, or do they have a separate phone number or contact that they would reach out to?
I would say up until the point that a commercial customer it is past due on their balance, they would be handled with a customer service representative. At the point that they have a past due or a delinquent balance, then they would be referred to their assigned commercial collector, so that they can work with them on a payment arrangement, or other ways that they could help the customer.
Thank you. So the commercial collector is not located within the internal call center?
So it's not part of the internal call center. They are sitting on the same floor as our call center representatives. Many of them had prior to moving to that role had been customer service representatives. So it's not an outsourced function, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
And I just wanted to clarify that as Mr. Daniels described, up until recently, these folks did just concentrate on commercial accounts. We've recently redefined their job roles, and so we are also having them focus on high balance dollar amount residential accounts as well, because they have a higher skill set for collections. So they're not just commercial account representatives any longer. That's just sort of late breaking news. That's why I'm sharing that outside of Mr. Daniels' purview.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to clarify their roles.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And so just to clarify, there are no commercial collections representatives at the third-party call center?
There are not.
Okay. And so also about the company's review officers, are there any company review officers located, are they located within the call center or are they separate?
They're not part of the contact center employee group that reports to Mr. Daniels. They report to my group, and they sit adjacent to the contact center on the same floor.
And do those 3 review officers serve both the CSRs internally and the CSRs at the third-party call center? Or does the third-party call center have their own review officers?
The third-party contact center would refer those escalated through that escalation process, and if they needed to review officer assistance, it would be that same group of review officers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the company's response in CAE 42 states that the company does not currently track if follow-up calls to customers are made by CSRs. So I'm wondering how the company knows that customers are in fact getting a call back when notated.
Which number is that?
This was CAE 42.
Well, certainly, if customers were not getting calls back from customer service representatives as the customer service representative had indicated, we'd receive complaints regarding that. To date, I don't know that we've received any regarding that particular reason. Additionally, through our quality assurance monitoring, we do review if there's follow-up needed on a particular call, and did the customer service representative perform the functions that they agreed upon with the customer, which would include a follow-up if stated by the representative.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know if the company has the capabilities to track that follow-up action?
At present time, and that's, it's not available in any sort of automated way to track whether or not a callback was initiated. And it's important to probably differentiate between a customer who requests to receive a callback because the wait time in our queue might be long, and we offer the customer the opportunity, rather than to hold on the line, that they can receive a callback when it's their place in line. So that's important to differentiate that process versus we're talking customer and representative, and there's follow-up required, and the customer service representative says, "I'll call you back with an update." That's a different process than the callback that's offered on the automated system. That would have to be tracked manually. They'd have to either have some sort of a tick sheet or, we don't have the technology currently to be able to track that in an automated way, and that's really one of the reasons why we don't. But again, we do have processes in place that would indicate whether or not that was a large scale issue.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So for the scenario where a CSR tells a customer, like, I will give you a call back, that specifically does not have the ability to track if that follow-up call was made.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So now in EOE 78, the company discussed the callback success rate to measure what percentage of callers who requested a callback actually received that callback and answered it. So my understanding is that UI's internal platform now collects a more accurate callback success rate. Is there a plan to upgrade the third-party vendor callback platform to track it the same way that UI's does now?
They're two different products at present time. So the product that the internal centers do have the ability to do that. We're assessing the capability of the newly implemented system at the third party vendor to see if they can replicate that. At present time, that's unknown.
Okay, thank you. Does the company have a timeline for when it might know the answer of whether the third-party platform can be upgraded?
So they recently did actually upgrade their contact center telephony platform, and they do have a callback feature. We can find out relatively quickly, if they will be able to provide that detail level of reporting. There is a level of reporting that we're able to achieve from that, but to say that it's an apples to apples report, considering that they're two distinctly different products and different vendors, I don't know that we would be able to produce the same level of detail for our external centers.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe what the disciplinary action and coaching for CSRs is when errors are found?
So typically we follow, whether it be internal or external centers, we follow progressive discipline, right? So it would start with coaching, right? Because everybody has the opportunity to improve, and people do make mistakes. So it's a coaching session. Obviously the degree and severity or egregiousness of a compliance issue or behavior would dictate the level of discipline. But generally it's a coaching session, a written or warning, and then potentially either a suspension or termination. That's generally the guidelines that we follow. Again, the egregiousness of the performance issue would dictate to what level we would jump to, but we follow progressive disciplinary processes in each of our centers.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe further what the quality assurance score is and what is included in that score?
Yes. So our quality assurance score really attempts to measure a variety of different things, right? So safeguarding customer identifications, or are we making sure we know that we're talking to the right person, right? So that's in the verification portion of the form. We're also attempting to make sure that we have procedural adherence. So are we following policies and procedures? And then there's a soft skills element. So are we being nice to customers? Are we demonstrating a willingness to help the customer when they have an issue? So it's a measurement of all of that, in addition to making sure that we get the customer's issue resolved the first time that they call, that we're setting expectations for the customer, and then performing the correct maintenance within our customer information system, so that what we told the customer was going to happen does happen.
I think we can get the number, but if you check some of the filing, the form is detailed with each question, and then I think we even provided some examples of scores, and it's an eye chart, but it indicates each individual expectation and how well the representatives are doing on those. So that's available as well.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe how the quality assurance score is used for measuring and improving CSR performance? For example, if one CSR is regularly achieving low quality assurance scores, how would you react to that?
Yeah. So I think that along with other opportunities for improvement, we would follow the same progressive disciplinary model, where we would start with coaching. We try to identify, is there a training issue? We'd engage the customer service representatives to say, we've noted that you're struggling in this particular area. What do you think that we can do better to help you be successful? And we gather that feedback. We'd retrain as necessary, and then continue to follow up. It's important that we would follow up with them to say, hey, we're going to listen to another set of calls for you, within the next week. Set forth the expectations for improvements on either behavior or knowledge, and then continue down the progressive disciplinary path, provided that, to follow up to see if the improvement has been achieved.
Thank you. So are the quality assurance scores reviewed on a regular basis to see how CSRs are performing?
Yeah, so the quality assurance scores, whether they're conducted by the supervisors themselves or if they're conducted by members of either the internal or external quality assurance team, are provided to the supervisors, and it's incumbent upon the supervisor to follow up with the customer service representative to deliver the coaching, to identify potential training issues, and then work with either the training team, myself, or the vendor management team to provide the necessary coaching and development to get them back on track, or follow down the progressive disciplinary route.
Okay. I'm very sorry, but we're gonna have to take a lunch break a little bit early today. So I think we're gonna break until 12:45, please. So.
I see so.
Bye, see you later. Rob will be here.
Okay.
No, just their own report. I would say here, as contact survey results for in-house CSRs versus third party. I would say we're going to establish it as kind of satisfaction. Metric is a separate than a PDR thing, or say that. Okay. Likes a lot of Jewish
That one off? No worries. I will need this. Down is off. Hi, we're doing our lunch break like right now, so can you, I will open it. And yeah, I would probably. Yeah, I've got to get it. Well, yeah. I'm just gonna call it. Okay. Nice. Hey, boy. Oh, there you are. Beautiful. Okay, let me make you the phone. Okay. Good. What you can do is just yourself. Well, okay, if you gotta hit the participants tab on the bottom. See that tab there? Yeah, you'll see them, but there's nobody now, so, I'll go out and then come in, and then you can let me in, and then we'll know that it works, so let me leave. Let me leave. Okay, let me try to come back in now, you'll have to admit me. Oh, okay, you know what, because I guess I was the host initially, so, okay. Okay, yeah. It's gonna work. If there's any issues, call me, or technical call me. I'm here, text me. Yeah, just text me. Yeah, yep. Okay, you're good then. Okay, thank you, honey. Okay, see ya. Oh, I am. Bye.
Or Rob will be here about 20 after.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
As always.
See you.
is here. Who does this? Well, keep going. Okay, we have to move on.
Or unless you're subtly suggesting I might have that.
No, because then I'd be doing it all.
In which case,
No, I'll never say such a thing.
I would not be offended.
Once it's free travels, it's just so we can make sure all need a Scottish accent. If you need it's just I spoke to your colleague earlier on, so it helped her, I think, tune into my accent. So just to let you know. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Hi, me too. When you start the meeting, it's in the bottom, and then in the bottom. There's one that says report. Here, okay, you press that and you say, just record the file. The column is. And we have right now. So what we could do is we can get recorded, we can send it to them. Either way, we need to have access to that. I'll let them do it. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Right. Yeah, it's coming by fast.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so. Oh, okay. Which part? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know. I can't put that on there. Okay, quarter. Yeah. Yeah.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
All right, very good. Any administrative matters before we resume?
I believe we can provide a response to read in double L. I think Mr. Soto has some information relating to that one, subject to a potential clarification.
Very good. Let's
So-
proceed.
Good afternoon. So in your question, I believe you had asked in regard to customers making payments that add up to their amounts during phase one of MPP. Is that correct? Okay. So during the phase one process, it runs in parallel with moratorium. So customers who miss their payments won't be removed from the program, but the customers do have the ability of making up their payments before May 1st in order to qualify for the match. So customers are able to split up the payments however they wanted to come up with the amount that's needed before May 1st for the matching to happen. That's not specifically spelled out in the training because the customer should be required to make a payment every month as part of the program with being on a budget. But we could definitely add that information in to make it more clarable for reps.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. I
Perfect.
think
Thank you so
that's
much.
Just so it's just all about the customer knowing their options so that they can stay on track.
Perfect. Thank you. And we could definitely add that as a revision to the procedure as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then, Ms. Bygrass, please.
Sure, thank you. So jumping back into customer service representatives. So in CAE 42, the company states that the metrics used to measure CSR performance for third-party CSRs are average hold time, CSR hold time, average call handle time, CSR hold time, percentage of productive time, and average quality assurance score. Can you clarify what the CSR hold time metric for third-party CSRs is?
Yeah, so one of the metrics that we track in all of our contact centers is the amount of time that while speaking with a customer, a representative has to place the customer on hold. We want to be cognizant of, and value our customer's time and make sure that if we do have to place them on hold, we set an expectation for how long that might be. And we want to try to keep that to a minimum to value their time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So the company's response to CAE 43 states that the customer care team held an all-employee training session on June 29th, 2022. Was there another training session offered after the authority's October 12th, 2022 decision in the energy affordability proceeding?
There was not. However, we would like to begin biannually having these sessions ahead of moratorium and prior to the end of post-moratorium, just to make sure that we're getting a consistent message out to each and every customer service representative. They're hearing the same thing. We think it's a good opportunity. It's actually a best practice that we leverage from one of our sister companies in Maine, where they do this, during their moratorium season, to make sure that we're getting a consistent message across all the customer service representatives about the program year changes. It's an opportunity to do some soft skills training, just some recognition of customer situation, things like that, so that they're ready to handle these types of inquiries.
But just to clarify, there was pre-moratorium sessions that were held, and I believe we described them, Mr. Daniels and others described them yesterday. They were huddle sessions that were held with smaller groups. This particular session, which, as Mr. Daniels described, was a larger session that not only included some training tips and in reference to policy and practice, but also soft skills, focus groups, brainstorming sessions with the representatives. So it was a broader approach to that particular meeting. So I just wanted to clarify the difference between the two.
Sure, thank you. That's helpful. So these biannual trainings, is that set to launch this year or next year?
So the first time that we had done a training of that type was in June, late June of last year. That would start this year, that we would begin the biannual training ahead of the moratorium, end of moratorium in May. So sometime in late April, we would target to have this meeting, as well as sometime in late October for the beginning of moratorium.
Okay, thank you. So, regarding the performance of internal CSRs versus third-party CSRs, does the company compare the quality assurance scores of the two CSRs to see if their performance is similar?
So I think overall that's what the calibration sessions endeavor to do, is to make sure, regardless of who's scoring the calls across the companies, that they're consistent, and then obviously be able to compare where there might be opportunity internally and externally. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And does the company have any other metrics in which to measure whether the third-party vendor is performing up to your standards, or if it's necessary to switch to a different vendor?
Yeah, I can answer that one. So the main two things that we look at are quality and call metrics, service level, handle times, and things like those are the two main ones. As far as rep performance, it's on the third-party vendor to manage their own folks and so on and so forth. We can get to a point where if we feel like an individual is not right for our program, we can ask that individual be removed immediately. So we do have that capability. But those are the two things we look at. And if we feel those two key areas, service level or call metrics and quality, are not where we want them to be, then we can look somewhere else.
We also, when we do our customer satisfaction assessments, that includes the vendor interactions with customers as well. So we can gauge their performance based on that as well.
Okay, thank you. So that was going to be another question is, do you look at those results separately and then compare them? First, comparing third party versus internal.
As far as customer the customer
customer
satisfaction
contact.
that I just mentioned,
Yes.
yes, we can do that. Yes.
Okay. Does the company currently do that, or that's something that you could do in the future?
So we did look at the 2022 results for contact satisfaction relative to both internal and external vendors, and they were relatively the same.
Okay. Thank you. So in CAE 47, the company states that it has a customer satisfaction goal of 90%. So what happens internally when UI does not reach its goal score?
So the first thing that we do is we try to understand the potential drivers of contact satisfaction and to understand why we may have missed target. I will say that, as far as standards are concerned and targets are concerned, a 90% satisfaction level is extremely high. So, and I would call that a pretty aggressive target. But nevertheless, if we fall below target, we do meet on a monthly basis regarding contact satisfaction targets, and we would endeavor to find the root cause and understand if there's potential mitigating things that we can do to allow for recovery of that metric.
Okay. And since UI did not reach that goal of 90% in 2021, what were the impacts of not meeting it that year?
Yes, as Mr. Daniels outlined earlier on, we meet on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. We look at the performance of those results across our channels. So, customers who engage via digital channels such as the website, the mobile app, IVR, as well as our contact center. And if it appears that metric is moving off target, within that week, we take corrective action. So we do follow up on specific accounts. We look at improvements we can make across our technology channels as well as within our operation. At the end of the year, to your specific question, if we haven't achieved that result, we look to better ourselves for the following year. And one of the kind of the new initiatives that we've deployed And more recently is a new measure of customer satisfaction called Net Promoter Score, and I've mentioned that in testimony prior. And that gives us higher volume and closer to the customer interaction insight from our customers. So again, that helps drive improvement plans, and also feeds into the customer journey redesign initiatives that we've stipulated within testimony. So they're the kind of core actions that we take as a business.
I'll also, in addition to that survey, we do, as I mentioned before, post-call surveys for the UI representatives, and should be noted that those results are right after a phone call with a customer. Those results, the average score was 93.5% for 2022. So we take each measurement and consider it and understand what do we need to do differently. That particular survey has the advantage of you can break it down by representative, look at every single score, and then follow up on anything that gets, a certain score or less that's less than acceptable. And we can listen to the calls. We can, follow up and understand whether it was a process issue, whether it was a representative issue that needs coaching. So that's another touch point that we have with how well we're doing with satisfying customers when they contact us.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the 90% goal is the overall customer satisfaction score. So do those different surveys that those scores go into this 90% score goal?
No, the target for the company goal that we've identified is just that the vendor that does those outreach to customers.
Yeah, and that covers all of our core contact channels. So as I mentioned earlier on, website, mobile app, IVR, and the call center, the CSR engagements as well.
Okay, thank you. And so as a result of not reaching the 90% goal in 2021, were there any impacts to executive compensation?
I'm not familiar with the executive compensation. I know that for our team, we have it as one of our priority targets along with other targets. It's incorporated into each of our performance appraisal forms, which is a component of our overall incentive program. And so it is considered, as well as many other aspects, to the overall rating for the employees.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on that? So just trying to understand, because we had asked similar questions to the employee compensation panel, and they routed us to this panel. So just want to make sure we've kind of covered it then. In terms of trying to understand if the company-wide sets a goal, let's say in this case it's the 90% customer satisfaction. If that goal is not met, we're just trying to understand what any follow-through impacts there might be related to any type of performance incentives, level of compensation, I guess at any level, maybe not just at the C-suite level, for example.
Yeah, as I said, I can only comment on our particular work group. And as I said, it's one of additional goals that are in our personal performance reviews. So we assess what goals we have for the year, which includes those type of targets, as well as initiatives that we're implementing or projects that we should be working on. And then it all is compiled together as far as your overall performance rating. So that's the way we incorporate that target as well as other targets. And then also we would incorporate, because we have different aspects of operational improvement, process transformation. So the reaction, not only the score itself, but the actions that the employees have taken in order to improve those scores would be incorporated as well in the overall review.
Okay, so would it be fair to characterize then that just a simply kind of binary meeting a goal or not meeting a goal doesn't automatically result in a performance incentive or additional compensation tied to a performance review? It's not a one-to-one. In other words, there are other factors, it sounds like, that you're saying. So in other words, a company could not meet its, in this case, 90% satisfaction goal, and still employees that have that as one of their goals and as part of a broader package, let's say, they could still obtain all of the other incentives or compensation that's allowed or that is possible under that given year. Did that make sense?
I'm not quite clear. I mean, maybe the components of the, okay.
Yeah, I think it does. You know,
Okay.
so people have more than just one customer service goal as part of their performance review. So certainly if one component of their performance review did not trigger an incentive, another may.
Okay.
You know, in fact, just to play off a little bit of what we discussed with Mr. O'Neill last week, we were talking about the UIL president's objectives for 2022, and his customer service goal was specific to the implementation of the customer journey. And
Okay.
that was a much smaller component and a much narrower focus. And
Okay.
Mr. Pashkin certainly can provide more guidance on the customer journey goals, and if you haven't already in this panel. So there are the 90% goal that I think Ms. Plella identified that would be perhaps very relevant to the customer service group, but other employees may have different customer service goals. And for example, you know, UIL president had his customer service goal was linked to the customer journey.
And so in other words, thank you for that. And so in other words, it's not this 90% customer satisfaction that was, I think perhaps maybe referenced by a different panel last week. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up.
Yeah, with the president, it's a much
For the
narrower
president.
focus on, like I said, on the customer journey.
Okay. And so for the customer journey then in 2021, do you have the information? Was that goal met for the president?
So that was in reference to 2022.
Well, 2022, but I think last week at least we were talking about 2021 as a potential question of whether or not these goals were met for that individual at least.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about 2022, but we'll review 2021. The UIL president's objective for 2021 with regard to customer satisfaction was directed at the community connection and plan and implementation.
Okay, so a different thing than the customer journey. And do you know if that goal was met then in 2021?
I do not, but certainly we can find out.
Sure.
Is that something we can find out in a read-in maybe? Or do you need to leave out?
We can try.
Okay.
Yep.
So read-in MM is whether the UIL president's 2021 customer was met.
Very well.
Thank you.
Okay, so returning to the 90% customer satisfaction goal, was this met in 2022?
So in 2022, it was 89.
Okay, thank you. So for 2023, is the company adjusting its goal?
Yeah, we are. So as I mentioned yesterday, as part of this hearing, and again today, we are implementing a new metric, which is Net Promoter Score. And again, the benefits of really doing that are we can get higher volume. You know, it's at the point of interaction with the customer versus just now contact satisfaction as a post-call survey. Someone makes a survey after that contact, as well as it's more efficient. You know, so we can get a hold of customers far easier than really trying to encourage a customer to pick up the phone and answer a survey. So we're going to get far richer insight. So we've started to implement that process across our channels, and this year we're baselining that metric. So subsequent years we'll have a metric and a target for it.
Okay, thank you. So looking at customer service and experience metrics, can you provide some examples of customer service metrics that are used by other utilities in other jurisdictions?
Specific to employee metrics or overall customer satisfaction?
We can be specific about customer service representatives.
Yeah, so there's a number of so customer service representatives are probably one of the most measured employees in any industry, just because it's the way that calls are delivered to them and the ability to get metrics on different aspects of the call and different behaviors. You know, basically, you know, every action of a customer service representative, at least on our platform, is recorded. So it's highly measured. Some of the things that we do look at and is looked at across industry, and I have a list of different metrics that we look at. So, number of calls handled to start with, and that's kind of just directional data. Some contact centers still measure calls per hour, so it's an output measurement. We tend not to measure that because we're focused on quality and not necessarily production and how quickly you can get through a call. Average handle time. So the time that it takes to handle a customer's interaction, and specifically, there's three different components there, right? So you have your talk time, you have your hold time, which we talked about a little bit ago, and you also have your wrap up time. So the time it takes you to finish up any follow up work noted to account and make yourself available for the next call. We also look at utilization. So the percentage of the time that you're here, that you're for a representative that handles calls, the percentage of the time that you're here that you're actually handling phone calls. We look at occupancy, right, which is a measurement of the percentage of time when a customer service representative is on the phone. What percentage of that time are they actually speaking to a customer? So how often are they occupied? The target for best practice in that area is somewhere between 80 to 90% of the time occupied. I can say that our customer service representatives in 2022 were occupied 94.5% of the time, I believe. So it's a high level occupancy, and the thing that happens there is that drives some burnout, and fatigue amongst contact center representatives. That's another reason why we've asked for additional customer service representatives in this rate case. But that's another measurement that we measure as well. We measure adherence to schedule. So how often and what percentage of the time are the representatives doing the things that they're scheduled to do? We also look at their quality assurance scores and post-call survey results. I mean, there's other measurements that are used across the industry to measure contact center performance, but those are some of the main ones and the ones that we track.
Thank you. So, how frequently does the company review other metrics that are used by other jurisdictions and incorporate them into your own reporting?
So the customer service group and Mr. Drahota leads that group. We have a very robust workforce management team with a lot of industry experience across a variety of different industries, including utilities. They're members of the Society of Workforce Planning for Professionals. So they're engaged, and that's one of the things that most of us on this panel do is engage with other utilities in our area, engage with other customer service organizations to understand and leverage best practices.
But just to clarify, if you mean by our other jurisdictions like New York and Maine, that it's a consistent approach for our representatives across all of Avangrid networks, and that's where Mr. Drahota's group comes into play, that it's the same workforce management group, quality group that drives the tracking of the metrics and the follow-up of the metrics that Mr. Daniels described.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It's helpful. So moving on to the reviewing of calls. For live calls, are CSRs notified that a supervisor or quality assurance team member is reviewing their call prior to the call, or are CSRs ever unaware that their call is being reviewed?
Generally, if we're listening to live calls, the customer service representative would not be aware that they're being listened to. There are instances for coaching and development where a supervisor might tell them, or if they're in the office, they'd ask, I'm going to sit next to you and observe your calls. So that happens as well. But generally, a customer service representative is not aware if a call is being listened to.
And also, just to clarify, for your question, the calls that are selected by the quality assurance team to review, those calls have already taken place recently, and the representative is not aware that those calls are going to be selected or listened to, because that's a random selection.
Okay, thank you. And is this the same practice for the third-party CSRs?
Yes, it is.
Thanks. So in EOE 61, the company provided a list of options that are routed to the third-party CSRs. These include payment arrangements, the matching payment program, medical hardship, budget billing, etc. Can you confirm if these are specific options in the IVR that a customer would choose.
Can you reference that?
This was in EOE 61.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So this list of 7 options that are routed to the third-party CSRs, are these specific options in the IVR system that a customer would choose?
Yes. There's a series of menus and submenus, right? The first menu presented is for the electric customers is, are you calling regarding an outage, or are you calling regarding a billing inquiry? So the option 1 is outage, option 2, billing, option 3 is start, stop, or transfer service. 4, I believe, is for contractors, and 5 is kind of any other question. But these are submenus of that. So these are customer selections. These are all touch points within our IVR where the customer would indicate that that's the reason why they're calling.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So can you explain why the company chose these specific topics to send to the third-party call center?
Yeah, and subject to check, I do not believe budget billing is one of the call types that are sent to, for at least for the UI company, to our third-party vendor. We may have to offer a revision to this particular response. Our payments, although they are sent to a third-party vendor, is not ICOR. It's a third-party processing vendor. It's an automated system as well. But in any case, the reason for choosing these types of calls is because of the volume and straightforwardness of these types of calls. It's a singular type of training. So start and stop, if you could just, imagine that's a relatively straightforward process, is to, open up an account for a customer, move them out of an account. Similarly, with our collections related call, enrolling a customer in a payment arrangement program, or securing a payment arrangement, it's more singularly transactional than other types of calls, which could go in a variety of different questions. I mean, a customer can call with a question about their bill, and that can go off on a tangent, and it would be required a considerable more amount of training, and that's why we've chosen to route these calls to a third party.
Okay, thank you. So can you describe what do internal CSRs primarily cover?
So internal CSRs primarily cover customers who have selected an option in our billing menu other than payment arrangements or financial hardship. They also talk to contractors, relative to upgrades of service, or to do a new service installation, outage calls, other billing related types of calls, budget billing, a number of different options within the IVR. Also, they handle any call where a customer might choose the incorrect option within the IVR, or so they don't select the option for their call. Our customer service representatives internally are trained to handle whatever call they receive, provided that they've gone through the progression training. There's 2 levels of progression within the contact center. They're first trained on billing and collections related issues, and then receive subsequent training for move-ins and move-outs and other billing types of inquiries.
Okay, thank you. So during a move-in call, would a customer service representative ever verify a customer for financial hardship during that initiation call?
It's generally not a practice, although with the recent move towards sharing of data with DSS, We have started to have conversations whether or not that would be prudent to do at that time in the interest in getting as many people enrolled in the consent process as possible. But currently, unless they have a balance from a previous account, the subject of financial hardship wouldn't come up on a move-in.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding is that questions regarding shut-off notices are also directed towards the third-party call center. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And can you also describe why shut-off notices and were included in sending to the third-party CSRs?
Well, so we think, a customer who receives a shut-off notice is calling us, so it's still that collections-driven process, and that's why we've chosen to do that.
Okay, thank you. Can you clarify whether third-party CSRs are handling the majority of payment arrangement-related inquiries?
They are.
Okay. So part of my question is, part of the reason that UI gave for the 12 additional CSRs is to be able to handle inquiries about payment arrangements and energy affordability questions. And so I'm wondering, why is UI considering these 12 additional internal CSRs when the majority of these questions are directed toward the third party call center?
So there was a number of reasons why we were requesting the 12 additional representatives. And a lot of it has to do with the change in average handle time as we've begun to inform our customers more about the programs that are available to them, and weatherization, alternate suppliers on virtually every call. That's caused, regardless if it's a collections related call or not, that's caused the call length to grow considerably. And as call length grows, right, it's a component of workload. So it's how many calls do you get times how long do they take, and that's how much work you have to do. So that workload has grown considerably, and the reason why we're asking for additional contact center resources is to be able to keep up with the same level of service that customers have come accustomed to receiving from UI. Without the additional contact center representatives, the estimated wait time for customers would change drastically. So that's what we're attempting to seek resources for, knowing also that there are customers who do not select the right option in the IVR, and there are customers who are calling related to a collections related matter that our internal customer service representatives speak to. And there's going to be a certain percentage of those customers as we progress with disconnecting non-hardship or hardship customers for non-payment that will fall into our center. So we need to account for that, as well as the increase to call handle time in order to get all the work done. Additionally, as we've grown through and customers have opted for digital channels, it's also changed the types of calls that we receive. I spoke a little bit yesterday about, we're far from a customer calling to understand, what their balance is and where they can go to make a payment. It's now we're talking to customers who have distributed generation. We went from having 3,000 customers with distributed generation in 2016 to almost 20,000 present day. And that's going to continue to grow. And those types of calls become increasingly more complex. They take longer, and as a result, you need more resources in order to deliver the same level of service that we've been delivering for the past several years.
Okay, thank you. So moving more to the broader customer service team. So my understanding is that UI's customer service team is located at the Avangrid services level. Is that correct?
Can you clarify the team?
So not including CSRs, but my understanding is that the other components of the customer service team are located.
So like
at-
billing and collections? As part of the team,
Yes.
customer service team, they're located in Orange, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you explain the difference between staffing at the UIL Holdings level in comparison to the Avangrid Services level?
Explain in, like, as far as responsibilities? Or,
Are those separate entities or are they?
well, as far as head count is considered, there would be UI assigned head count versus UIL. So depending on, where the employee is employed, by which company, then it would be a difference. So UIL includes CNG and SCG, and in some cases Berkshire Gas. So I'm UIL. So I am responsible for UI, SCG, CNG, and Berkshire Gas.
Okay, thank you for that. So with the 8 FTEs that are proposed for the customer service team, my understanding is that they're proposed at the UIL Holdings level. So
Yes.
is that true? And that's not at the Avangrid Services level?
So yeah, so I can speak to mine, and I'll just have Mr. Patterson verify his. But the ones that I had discussed in reference to the knowledge base, the advocate, the speech analytics, and the quality, let me cover the first. The advocates, the knowledge base analysts, and the speech analytics is designed to be support UIL. So there would only be a certain percentage of their time that would be allocated to UI. The quality analysts that we've requested would be 100% UI focused. And then Mr. Patterson.
Yep, so we've requested 4 digital and customer experience resources at the UIL level, 2 at the UI level.
Okay,
So
thank
it's
you.
4 UIL to UI.
Thank you. Okay, so to clarify, the quality staff that you were referring to, is that the lead analyst customer service quality?
Yes.
That title?
Yes.
And that's 100% directed towards UI?
Yes.
Thank you. So in EOE 3, it states that this FTE will support energy affordability calls. Does that mean that they will be supporting both internal CSRs and third-party CSRs?
Can you, EOE, what number was that?
EOE 3.
So the reason we mention energy affordability calls is because we've not over the past year or more, we've had extra focus on energy affordability, and our interest is to make sure that the UI, both internally and externally, is focused on the right behaviors when they're handling a call like that. So that the interest would be that they would support both internal and external call quality monitoring, reviewing, comparing and contrasting the skill set of those folks, and getting them the support that they need. So it would be support for listening to both internal and external calls.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So these additional 8 FTEs, is Avangrid proposing these additional FTEs in other commission proceedings outside of just Connecticut?
As far as the ones I'm proposing, I'm not familiar with the other customer service groups, whether or not they were suggesting those types of positions. I would have to check with those, Mr.
Yeah, I can speak for the customer experience and digital team. We're requesting similar resources within the sister rate case filings.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the 8 FTEs, only 40% of their time will be dedicated towards UI. So what is the other 60% of their time going to be dedicated to?
The gas companies, CNG and SCG within Connecticut.
Okay.
So those other jurisdictions are in New York and Maine.
Thank you. Okay, so they will not be dedicated to New York or Maine.
Correct.
So for digital interaction, how does the company currently encourage customers to transition to digitally interacting with the company?
In a number of different means. As our customers contact us via our call center channels and speak to a CSR, we have prompts within our agent scripting to offer self-service as an option. So promoting the mobile app, the website, as well as electronic billing. We also, as we touched on yesterday, have communications that go out on a regular basis to our existing customers to discuss a broad range of our new capabilities and programs that we've discussed today, some of which include digital self-service options. One of the journeys that was actually referenced in the UIL President's objectives for 2022, I'll maybe use that as an example. We redesigned the move-in experience when a customer's moving into a property within the UI territory. We offer that as a self-service option, and at the point of signing up for that service, we allow the customer to sign up for digital self-service, download the mobile app, and register for my account. So we really do the kind of core touch points where customers are engaging with us, but also proactively through outbound communications.
Okay, thank you. So these digital conversion goals, have they been incorporated into the FTE planning for CSRs?
So there's, in order to maintain the levels of service that we anticipate on the volumes that we anticipate for the next several years, which we've provided in our analysis and testimony, that does incorporate some level of customers moving to digital channels and reducing call volume. So I think, as noted in filings, the call volume that we used as a forecast is below levels that we've received in previous years. We do expect it to rise over the last couple of years as we resume hardship disconnections, but not necessarily to rise to levels prior to 2019.
Okay, thank you. And then for the energy analyzer and energy manager options, my understanding is that for a period of time, both of those will be offered to customers, and then eventually energy analyzer will be like shifted out. How long is the company planning on offering both of those and having FTEs support both of them at the same time?
It'll be a reasonably short switchover period. I would, again, subject to check and see the finalised plan. I think no more than 30 days. We just don't want to do a switch out, a switch in overnight. We want to give the opportunity for CSRs, customers, and anyone that's really going to be engaging with that tool to get up to speed and understand how to use the new capability.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So regarding the knowledge base tool, how frequently is that tool currently updated?
I would say relatively infrequently, and that's why we're requesting additional headcount.
Okay. Could you give a time frame of how frequently, such as once every month or every 3 months?
I don't know that I could say with relative frequency. I just know not nearly as often as we would like them to be updated, especially as it's a potential tool for our CSRs to make sure that they're informing our customers of the right programs, and understanding how to perform different procedures correctly. I think we want to make sure that that's a channel and a tool that's available to them, and that's constantly updated.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And can you describe what is included in the average speed of answer metric? Does it include the time a customer spends on IVR?
So the average speed of answer, there's two metrics. The first metric, average speed of answer, is the average time a customer waits to speak to a customer service representative. So after they've traversed through the IVR and they've selected an option that would direct them to an agent, average speed of answer is the time that they've selected that option until they're connected with a customer service representative. There's also an average speed of answer with technology metric. So that metric assumes that any customer who's handled their inquiry within the IVR effectively had a 0-second speed of answer because they did not have to wait for anyone.
Okay, thank you. So the average speed of answer without technology does not include IVR.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Do you know what the industry standard for average speed of answer is for a utility of UI's peer group?
In the utility industry, well, I do not know personally. I don't know that we have any benchmarking. We did do some studies relative to a project, Everyday Better, where we were looking at efficiency opportunities, and we did benchmark metrics against other utilities. I don't know that we still have that. I can tell you what other utilities within our peer groups have as targets, if that would help.
I think that's okay. But thank you. So moving on to the JD Power and Associates survey, can you clarify if this survey is specifically looking at UI customers or is it utility customers in general?
So it's a quarterly survey that looks at our UI customers, but also sister company customers, as well as customers of utilities around the United States.
Okay. And can you describe how JD Power and Associates is accessing that data? Are they contacting the customers themselves, or are you providing them with the data?
No, so there's a kind of division of responsibilities when it comes to capturing that data between ourselves and JD Power. So JD Power use their own third-party research companies to do their own outreach to UI customers, collect the data, and we are recipients of that data, and we take no part in collection or identifying who you should survey.
Okay. So moving back to the company's corporate procedure documents that were provided in Schedule H of this proceeding, the company has stated that these are not the actual training documents given to CSRs. So I'm wondering if you can describe what these corporate procedure documents are currently used for.
Yeah, so I think I've touched upon that a bit. So these procedural documents are more or less the steps that need to be taken within our customer information system in order to perform a transaction. Training materials are considerably more detailed. Those are up to date, and that is what's provided to customer service representatives when we train them on a process.
Okay, thank you.
We're actively engaged in updating our standard operating procedures as we speak.
Right, thank you. The procedures that are provided in Schedule H, is the company requesting that we approve these procedures in this rate case?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then regarding bill inserts, is the company proposing any adjustments to the bill inserts to be approved in this rate case?
We're not aware of any incremental changes to bill inserts other than what we've consistently had as far as be considered.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to time of use rates. I am wondering to what extent UI promotes time of use as part of the conservation and load management plan.
Can you be more specific as to how we promote in what terms?
Does UI, my understanding is that UI does not currently use conservation and load management funds in order to promote the time of use rates. So I'm wondering to what extent does UI currently promote it as part of its conservation and load management operations?
I don't know if that's.
We would have to defer to a different panel for that.
Yeah, the conservation load management team, some of which will be testifying later on this week, who could probably answer that question more accurately than this panel. However, conservation load management funds are regulated by the Energy Efficiency Board and by DEEP to the extent that they allow for conservation load management funds to be used to promote time of use rates. And as part of that plan, then the answer would be we would be doing that, I'm sure. If it's not in that plan approved by the Energy Efficiency Board and DEEP, then we would not be probably engaging those funds to promote time of use.
Is that maybe a question, would it be fair to pose that question to the water heater rental program?
Yes, not because it's a water heater issue, because of Eric Roby's involvement in conservation load management.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, outside the context of the conservation load management plan, just wondering, because we have the full suite, it looks like here, of the customer experience and customer service folks here. To what extent is the existing for residential customers Radar and Radar T kind of promoted and otherwise trained on? We're just trying to get a sense as to the current status of communications to customers with regards to time of use rates.
So certainly when a customer calls in about a question about their bill, one of the things, especially if it's a question about, why is my bill so high or something like that, a customer service representative would look at their rate. They discuss, the customer behaviors and what might be driving that rate. They might, in that instance, if Radar T would be more beneficial to them, they advise them and inform them about Radar T. And similarly, when a customer moves into a new premise, it defaults to the previous customer, but at the time of move-in, the customer care representative does mention that you're on I see that you're on the standard rate. There is also the opportunity to save money if depending on the time that you use your electricity most, and they would get into a discussion about Radar T.
A couple of additional things. It has been consistently in our bill inserts that we promote the Radar T as an option. We've also when you do the online move-in process, it's an option that you can click on and it tells you more about the rates as well. It's also on the website. If you search the rates, you'll see a full description of Radar T and what types of customers might benefit from that. And in recent discussions we've had around energy affordability, we've also talked about maybe doing a little bit more, like some social media posts and things like that to promote it more, given the supplier price and as an additional option for customers to consider.
Just one more enhancement. So we discussed the Energy Manager capability. So the new Energy Manager tool will also have a rate advisor function, so customers can go in and they can do the compare and contrast with Radar T.
Great, thank you. Does the company ever conduct outreach to customers when they switch from Rate RT to Rate R to see what their reason for switching is?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, and I think one of the one of the things we do absolutely do is, as part of the journey redesign program, I've referenced a number of times when we did the research piece of understanding customers' needs at the point of moving into a new property. One of the needs that really arose as part of that discussion was understanding the best rate suitable to the customer's lifestyle, and that's why that feature is included within the scope of the move-in journey that's now live on the UI website. So if you go on UINet just now and you look at start service and you go down, you'll see that option in there, but also it's been included within that energy manager capability that's been developed. So that was directly taken from our customers' needs discussion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's the end of my questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Vigrass. So we will move to Ms. Cohen, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for sticking with us here. Stephanie Cohen, Authority staff. I have a few follow-up questions here. I think I'd like to start with going back to the discussion yesterday with the third-party collection agencies, particularly the master service agreement with I-Corps. I know we got into a lot of the weeds yesterday, so trying to not retread any of that ground, but just wanted to make sure my understanding was clear on a few things. So at a high level, is it accurate to say that the contract or master services agreement with I-Corps includes both kind of penalties and additional incentive payments options?
The current one does,
The
yes.
current one. And I believe that the company is currently under either extending or renegotiating that contract. So does
Correct.
that version, I know it's not final yet, but does the current version, if you're able to speak to, have both that kind of penalty and incentive component?
It does not have incentives,
Okay.
although that could change, but it does not have any incentives, and it has a different penalty structure. I don't know if we're going to keep the step penalty for complaints. That just didn't really come up very much, but keep the penalty in for service level
Okay.
metrics, and there may be one or two more that we're still discussing.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we're getting a late file with more details, so I'll ask this now, but might needs to have follow-up. The quality service penalties, there have been penalties assessed under the current contract with I-Corps. Is that correct?
Is the penalties that have been levied have been for not meeting service level and then for the compliance piece, but mostly not meeting service level.
And do you know what time period or periods those occurred?
We did submit, and I don't know which EOE it was under, but yeah, we do know.
It's in the record, or is this going to be part of the late file?
It will also be part of the late file, so we're
Okay.
going to take the original record, which
Yep.
showed the months that there were penalties.
Yep.
It showed how many infractions they had in a
Right.
given month, and then the penalty charge. And the question was, well, what can we have some more information on?
Exactly, right.
So
Okay.
that will all be in a late file, yes.
Okay, great. And then this is a general question, doesn't have to be specific to a certain time, but if and when penalties are assessed to I-Corps in this case, how are the corresponding costs for that contract kind of reduced and flowed through in the company's revenue requirements? Or kind of where would that show up as a
Right. So, I
credit or
mean,
reduction of
we have
expense?
a framework of, over 3 years, the contract is for X amount of dollars. And when penalties are incurred, they're just subtracted from an invoice.
Okay.
And so that's how we keep track of it on this end, as far as in revenue requirements. We still may hit, for other reasons, higher call volume, higher handle time. It's not that big of a penalty that may shift the overall path of the contract over 3 years in terms of total dollar amount, so that's where I see it. But as far as revenue requirements, I might pass it to Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Coyne. I think we have a late file or a read-in
It's gonna
on that
cover
very
that?
topic, yes.
Okay, great. I was trying to track yesterday and didn't have the transcript, so.
Yeah, we're working on a
um,
response.
Okay, great. then that might be an answer to this next question, which I'm happy to hold off for or read in our late file. But the next question is has the company tried to track or distinguish for the periods that UI received penalties assessed through a notice of violations from the company or from the authority in docket 200315? Has the company been able to track whether those resulted from interactions with representative CSRs through the I-Corps contract specifically or not?
Those were calls that were handled by the I-Corps representatives, yes.
Exclusively, as in no UI internal staff, or
I believe they were all I-Corps representatives, subject to check.
They were.
okay.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to the company's response to CAE 47. I think this was one of the few that there might have been a correction coming, so feel free to add that if I kind of missed that here. But basically, the part of the response that I wanted to follow up on was that the company referenced, so multi-part question. So one of the parts was asking about revenue adjustment penalties that were proposed or assessed in the Avangrid's New York service territories. So I don't know first if there was just a correction with regards to that part of the response or not, but.
Yes, there was, that's correct.
Can you clarify the number again?
Sure, of course. CAE 47.
That's correct, there was a correction.
A correction to which part now?
So it's the table where it's got threshold for revenue adjustment.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. So maybe I'll just ask it, Attorney Venora, and you can let me know if we need to follow up on that. So I was just trying to understand the level of penalty that's assessed on the revenue requirement and wondering if the information provided in the table was just that, just an illustrative example in terms of the payment amounts, or if those are accurate and reflect what was actually assessed.
Yeah, it was an illustrative example, and the resubmission includes the actual.
Oh, okay, great.
levels.
And that's been filed or will be?
I don't believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it will be filed. We're filing a supplement to CAE
Supplement.
47.
Perfect. You don't happen to have the actual level, even the range, because so for everyone else's benefit, I guess the range provided was like a $10,000 to $40,000 range. I'm just trying to get a sense of magnitude if it's higher than that.
So just as a range then from $500,000 to $2 million as an example for Rochester Gas and Electricity.
Okay, and how are those penalty amounts established? Is that established by the commission?
It's established based on, so through no discussion with the commission.
Okay.
I would just note that I think Rochester Gas has well over 1 million customers, and so does New York.
Right, the level is
You're significantly larger corporations.
different.
Yeah.
Understood.
Completely different revenue requirements that support those companies and therefore support these programs as well.
Okay, thank you. I have my next couple questions relate to the customer service. I know we've covered this in part already, FTE request, but also the response to CAE 80, which is particularly related to the low income discount rate and associated personnel and FTEs with response to that. So I just wanted to just flag that for folks. So we can start with CAE 80. It appears from this response that the company is seeking, in addition to the FTEs outlined in the customer service policies testimony, an additional 4 to 8 customer service employees solely and perhaps pertaining to the implementation of the low income discount rate. Is that correct?
Really, implementation and maintenance.
And maintenance.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm just trying to understand that these fall outside of in other words, there isn't overlap. The company doesn't anticipate any overlap in terms of duties or time assigned to the customer service rep request, which, as we've discussed, includes topics such as energy affordability, and then this 4 to 8 customer service employee FTE request.
Don't anticipate overlap. These would be, employees that would be, involved in getting the program running and then maintaining the program, outside of the 17 that were submitted. This is specific to the low income discount rate program.
Okay, and maybe from a calls perspective, then, as we've covered, which has been very helpful in this witness panels thus far, the company routes calls to its third-party services collections with regards to topics of energy affordability and bill payments. I'm just trying to understand if that will be the case for customers who then may also qualify for the low income discount rate, if that will be handled in terms of calls, a third party vendor.
I don't know that we've landed on the routing mechanism for those customers as of yet.
I mean, we would anticipate that these are going to be customers who are requesting support and they're low income. So that routing would probably be similar. But as Mr. Daniels said, we're working through the process and the steps and understanding what perhaps would be incremental or what would be the best path for customers. So we haven't completely worked that out as of yet, as Mr. Daniels shared. But currently, those calls for people who are seeking assistance and trying to be able to pay their bill and understand what programs are available go to the third party.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand the extra, this new benefit, let's call it that, discount rate that will be available. The I-Corps CSR staffs will be trained in providing that information to customers, or will that be kind of kicked back to UI internal, or that's the part that you haven't decided yet?
I think the expectation is that we're going to make sure all employees who are handling customer calls are aware of the discount and how customers qualify. And, they are going to follow some similar qualification paths as they do today for qualifying for financial hardship. The many of them will qualify automatically for the tier 1 because it's the same standard as qualifying for financial hardship.
Right.
So I could anticipate that being a normal conversation. We're pre-qualifying you. Oh, by the way, thank you for your information. You qualify for tier 1 of our low income discount rate, or you qualify for tier 2 of your low income discount rate. So it could be a part of the natural discussions that we're already having today. I think as we, again, work through the program and then the steps and working through each component, we're just solidifying that understanding and finalizing how we believe the conversations will go and what training materials we need to put together. But I don't envision it as a completely separate standalone process because it is so intertwined with financial hardship customers.
Okay, that's helpful because it seems like at least for the FTE request, seems like a separate kind of standalone request.
Completely sorry, I didn't mean to
No, go
interrupt you. I completely understand that. I think at the time the team was making an estimation based on their initial review of the requirements in the program. I don't know that we're sure. And, that's why this 4 to 8 was not part of our, testimony as far as we're requesting 8 more FTEs to cover this program. I think we were asked, what do we anticipate? And it was an estimation at the time. But I certainly don't know definitively that we need 8 people or we need 6 people or we need 4 people. I think it's going to be in the details that we're able to validate how much incremental work will be associated with this.
Okay, thank you. And so going back to I think it's 17 total, and I know there's subcategories within, so the total number then, or the number that might be relevant to the low income discount rate implementation might be lower than 17. Just trying to understand whether those duties, especially if they are not assigned for UI or UIL 100% FTE time in the proposal in the customer service policies, whether if there's any kind of headroom, if you will, if in the FTE count that would satisfy the low income discount rate staffing needs that the company is proposing if the proposal put forth before the authority is approved.
So the question is, do we think in the 17 that we've requested, could it cover the potential
Correct. That's
incremental work for
a much
this
more
low-income
succinct way.
discount
Yes.
implementation? I don't know. As I said, we're still working through what we believe will be the incremental work associated with it. So that's my honest answer at this point.
Right, and just to clarify a little bit about the 4 to 8 FTE that was referenced, and that's not people that are taking calls for customers.
Okay.
Right? It's the back end, making sure that the system integration is and coding in our customer information system is correct, and updating that any ancillary processes that are associated with the low income discount program that are unknown at this time. I think it was just in anticipation that this sort of programming and new process that wasn't built when we first built our customer information system is kind of an add-on that has in our experience created additional work that needs to be done by resources.
Would you characterize that work that needs to be done more as one time kind of building those new processes versus ongoing maintenance? As you mentioned that these folks that are identified in the 4 to 8 FTE range are not going to be taking calls. So I'm just trying to understand what they would be doing once the system has been adapted to accommodate the low income discount rate, on bill capabilities and all of that.
Yeah, and one of the things that will need to be done is a constant recertification year round of the folks who qualify for this rate. So that's going to require additional resources.
In the 4 to 8 range still, you think?
I don't know. Again, we put out 4 to 8 as an estimate, and we've noted in response to CA 80 that the design and solution and programming are still unknown at this time. So we need to identify the exact resource needs, but we do feel that additional resources will likely be needed.
Kind of working back from the implementation of the low income discount rate deadline, then, if you will, when does the company anticipate having a firmer understanding of the resource needs that will be required?
Perhaps over the next 60 days or so, as we continue to work through the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, that the 4 to 8 estimation is not included in the 17.
Understood.
I
I'm
think
just
you
trying to
understood that because you were
yeah,
asking the other
just trying to understand whether, again, if approved as filed, whether there's additional capacity for those FTEs that could be assigned to this need that has been.
So I mean, we didn't. The request that we've made doesn't incorporate extra bandwidth to take on additional responsibilities. I think we targeted it for the responsibilities that we shared. But there's potentially, if depending on the work that's done, once we finalize what we believe the extra incremental would be, then we can better assess that. But I do know the request for the 17 did not include extra bandwidth that we could potentially allocate to a low income discount incremental need.
Yeah, and I could speak to the customer service representative portion. I think I spoke a little bit today about the occupancy rate, which is how often people are on phones relative to the time that they're available to speak to customers, as well as the amount of overtime that in 2022 we had to utilize to kind of keep our heads above water and try hard to meet our goals. Over 12,000 hours of overtime, which equates to roughly 70 FTE worth of work. In addition to that, we've noted, the length of time or the speed of answer for our hardship processing at 5.5 days. And I think in a recent filing this year, there's been days where it's been well over 5 days and close to 2 weeks where we're behind on processing, offline work and hardship paperwork and those sorts of things. And yes, some of those things will go away as we, continue to move forward with consent through DSS. But those are the types of work that we continue to have, without the additional resources, we're going to continue to fall behind on and not be able to deliver for our customers or provide them with the experience that they've grown accustomed to getting from us.
Okay, thank you. So, same line of questioning in terms of the low income discount rate, but now just trying to understand, in addition to potential internal UI staffing, let's just call it that, and the calls that are going to be handled that may increasingly be pertaining or at least relevant to customers seeking a low income discount rate that will be routed to the third party collections agency. Can you talk about the nature of the relationship with the community action agencies and their current ability or inability to directly code customers for the tier 1 or tier 2 for the low income discount rate implementation?
Yeah, I mean, I know that we're definitely targeting partnering with the community action agencies because as we know that they will be gathering income data. And so the design ideally will be that they will share with us the information and then the information would allow us to designate whether they're tier 1 or tier 2, depending on the income. So I believe that the team has discussed with them the opportunity to be able to update the reporting so that we can designate as tier 1 or tier 2 without having to have that additional interaction with the customer to discern that.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned the updated reporting from the community action agency to UI in this case. Are you also working on the ability for the community action agencies to directly code, I guess, for lack of a better term, the customers into tier 1 or tier 2 and kind of take care of all that step, which might again alleviate UI internal resource needs?
Yes, we are looking to update their portal. I just want to check on the timing of that. Yeah, it's an active project, and we believe over the next couple of months, hopefully, that we will have that portal updated. So, to your point, that would be an opportunity for us to minimize the exchange of information and anybody needing to manually touch that.
Okay, thank you. And aside from the community action agencies, is any other entity, organization, state agency even have the ability to access that platform, let's call it, that the CAAs are currently using? In other words, if you make this capability for the community action agencies to be able to directly code tier 1 or tier 2, can that be shared with anyone else that could assist in this enrollment process?
Operation Fuel has access to that portal that will be able to do that as well.
They have the current access, or?
Yes. Yes, that is correct. They currently do have access to view the agency portal as the community action agencies do. Also, advocates from cities and towns, from social services
Okay.
also have access to the portal as well.
So it sounds like then that enabling this direct coding, again, let's just call it, of tier 1 and tier 2 might significantly reduce the enrollment process burden, let's call it, from that otherwise would be put on UI internal resources.
That's the goal.
Okay.
Is that we
Great.
mitigate that.
Okay, and then just for a moment, want to talk about also, as I understand, ongoing relationship with the Department of Social Services, and again, trying to, as another potential avenue to streamline enrollment in the low income discount rate. If if that process, as I understand, which is an opt-out, essentially, the customer needs to opt in. In other words, agree affirmatively to have their information as a DSS benefit recipient kind of shared with the utility. Is that currently underway?
Yeah, the opt-in is currently on the utility side. The phase 2 is hopefully at some point DSS will have that opt-out option so that the
Right.
customers we won't have to ask the customers in reference to opting in, that they'll be able to, when they go to DSS, we'll be able to have DSS implement that opt-out so that they can then, provide the information to us without having that back and forth correspondence. So that's ideally what we're hopeful for.
And
Again,
would that
to make
go
it
ahead.
easier for customers, obviously.
Thank you. And would that similarly reduce the administrative staffing needs of the company internally?
Yes, it would.
And do you have a sense as to time? Is there a specific timeline that the company is working on with regards to those conversations?
I do. I know that the company is currently doing
Right.
the opt-in process. I don't have a timeline for DSS. Actually, I just reached out to a couple of folks to see if anybody else had progress there. But we're hopeful that that is coming at some point. But it has been delayed. We haven't really gotten definitive information that they're going to definitively do that, and by what date they'll be able to do that.
Understood. Thank you. I think I have a few questions related to FTEs, but that are probably referenced in the customer service policies pre-file testimony. One specific, I know we had talked about through these at length yesterday, or other folks had, but I had a question about the lead. I think it's the lead analyst for speech analytics role. Could you confirm if that's time is 40% time assigned to UI or another percentage?
Yes, that position would be 40% UI. Yes, and because it would serve all the Connecticut companies, so it'd be UI, CNG, and SCG.
But not any of the other affiliates outside of Connecticut?
No.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand the companies, or maybe at the avant-garde level, perhaps current capabilities with regards to speech analytics, and how this additional FTE, 40% of time for UI, would enhance those capabilities. So maybe you could just tell me, kind of absent this role being approved in this rate case, how would the company proceed with its ongoing kind of speech analytics initiative?
So the company's really just getting started with speech analytics. So the background work around, implementing, the hardware and doing some initial configuration has been done, but it's being done and driven mostly by our quality assurance resources, which are currently taxed with listening to phone calls and helping to ensure that we're meeting our customers' needs. What we're looking for is an FTE to write the queries and do the fine tuning on a speech analytics tool in order to get the most out of it. We spoke a little bit yesterday about how speech analytics works, right? So it's transcription of customer calls using a speech to text engine, and then you can mine, that text to understand, why reasons or directional reasons for customers calling, or the number of calls that you've received of a certain type over a certain period. But that requires constant refinement of your queries and validating and building confidence in the models and queries that you're using. When we spoke with companies of similar size that use speech analytics tools, they employed about 4 or 5 FTE to do this sort of analytical work, to build queries and modeling and updates and fine tuning. We think, we're asking for 1 FTE here. That's really just to kind of get us in the right direction and be able to use the tool on a pretty pointed basis.
Thank you for that. Similar question, but different topic. We talked about the Customer Insights Initiative, and I'm curious, similarly, absent or regardless of the request put forth in this rate case, kind of whether or not this initiative is moving forward at the Avangrid level and therefore benefiting UI customers.
Yeah, from an Avangrid perspective, the program has commenced. The kind of first stage that we discussed earlier on is really identifying what data we need to get from our contact center channels, systems, billing processes, etc., to then feed into that process. So I would say that's really where we are, with the addition of one or two insight dashboards. I think we touched on one yesterday, and we filed the delivery of the energy efficiency dashboard, which has been produced by that project. But we absolutely now need to scale that project up and help it drive a stronger, best in class overall customer experience as our customers' needs evolved, because they are absolutely evolving over time.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to, would it be fair to characterize then that this customer insights initiative will continue regardless of the outcome of the rate case, in this case, the FTE associated request?
We would obviously like to ensure that we have the right level of focus within the UI company under the Avangrid suite of companies, and if we have that resource to help us have a core focal point within UI, then we'll absolutely be more successful in UI for our customers.
Okay, thank you. Similar question with the net promoter score. Is that another kind of Avangrid level initiative?
It's an Avangrid level initiative, but it's a cross industry metric.
And is it currently being implemented already in Avangrid's other service affiliates in the region?
It's in the process of being implemented. For example, the move-in journey that we've referred to a couple of times as part of this hearing, that's live just now in UI Net, has the NPS metric added to it. So as a customer moves into a property, we then ask the customer the NPS question as part of that experience, take the insight, and then use that to drive our improvement channels.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few more questions. Turning to late payment charges. So it looks like the response to CAE 35, can give you a moment. I believe that the question was asking about the number of late payment charges on an annual basis waived. And the company provided information from 2020 on. And it indicated that the information prior to 2020 is archived. Oh, I wanted to just ask though, whether or not the company is able to go back before 2020 in terms of the number of late payment charges waived.
I need to double check that. I actually was asking that question yesterday with one of the team members, and I haven't gotten solid confirmation about whether we can or we can't. I know it sounds like it's a process, but I need to finalize that so I can do that.
Okay, Chairman, perhaps we could ask that as a late file to the extent that it's information is available. I would say at least 2018 and 2019 data, just trying to get a sense as a pre-COVID benchmark,
Right.
if
Okay.
you will.
Check.
So it would be, well, it's up to you, Chairman. Could be a supplement to CAE 35, or you could treat it as a late file.
Let's treat it as a late file, which would be 117. So if we prefer to CAE 35 for 2018 and 19, provide
The number of late payment charges waived.
Okay, do we need the total amount or just
The total amount, I think, was what was provided in the original response. So to keep it consistent, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
And then maybe just as a level setting question about late payment charges in general. is it correct to say that assuming that they're not waived, a 1.25% fee is assessed on the amount due each successive month that it has not been paid? In other words, it's cumulative. It's not just a one-time assessment.
Yes, that's correct.
And so is that a 1.25% for the second month, let's say, and I'm trying to describe how to explain this in like not in a math sense, but that 1.25% assessment in a given month then would be factored into the successive months 1.25% assessment. Otherwise, it's in total the amount that's due inclusive of the late payment charge, not just the past due bill amount.
I think it's subject to check, but we believe that it's the entire balance due, which would include whatever that previous late payment charge was.
Okay. I think it'd be helpful to just double check that.
Yeah, we'll do
Sure.
some analysis.
As a read-in perhaps then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, which would be read-in.
Let me pause for a second on that. Okay, we think we can get the answer as a
Okay.
read-in.
Great. Thanks.
Which would be read-in in, and it's, can you
Maybe just how the late payment charge is assessed each successive month.
Yeah,
That
we're going to get
captures
an
it.
example and see how it's
Sure.
accumulated, to your point.
Great. And so is the late payment charge the mechanism, or the only mechanism, I should say, by which interest is accrued on a customer's past due balance?
Yes.
So there's no other, from like the utilities accounting perspective, late pay, like a past due balance is not accruing interest outside of an assessment of a late payment charge.
No.
Okay. And the company, I believe, is proposing to maintain the same percentage of late payment charge assessed in this rate case is at 1.25%. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And can you talk to us a little bit about how that 1.25% was determined, or if it's based on company analysis or something?
I know it's been an established rate for quite some time. I don't know how it was specifically selected. Doesn't look like.
Maybe not from a historical perspective then, but a justification for 1.25% versus 1%, 2%, 0.5%, like how
I understand the question. I don't have an answer right now. I would probably need to check with a couple other panels to perhaps assess if someone has background on that.
Sure. Chairman, if we could ask for a late file, if there's the company to provide a justification for the current 1.25% late payment charge. And then I might add, for frame of context, if the any of the Avangrid affiliates have a different LPC being charged currently, and why there might be a difference there.
Okay, can assess that.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 118.
Then my last few questions on revisiting reconnection fees. So I apologize, I don't have them in front of me. I believe it's somewhere in the filings, but what the company's proposing in terms of the actual amounts for reconnection and remote reconnect and disconnect fees. But I guess I'm trying to understand how the company has set those fees and whether or not they're proposing any changes in this rate case.
Believe the reconnect fees were maintained for this rate case. I think we answered read-in earlier. Let me just double check.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we had read in a response earlier that we have not made any adjustments from the test year for charges for reconnection costs, so that they remain flat from the test year.
That's the cost in the test year, but what about the fees that are assessed? That's also remaining constant?
Bear with me for a minute.
Sure. Happy to ask my next question. It's the last one on reconnection fees, and we can circle back to that one. So trying to understand, are the reconnection fees cost-based, or is there any additional expenses reflected in how those reconnection fees are set?
Yeah, my understanding is that they're based on the activity associated with the reconnection, so that they're cost-based based on how much it costs the company to effort that
Right,
reconnection.
labor or something. Okay, so in other words, compared to a late payment charge assessment that perhaps, and feel free to correct this characterization, that might be used as a deterrent for paying bills, the reconnection fee is just straight what it costs the company to reconnect service.
That's my understanding.
Ms. Cohen, this might be a topic where we want to put in a late filed exhibit too, because I'm not sure we have all the
Okay,
pieces on this one. So if it's acceptable, we can put in a late filed exhibit that provides more information on the reconnect fee and how it was derived.
yeah, sure, Chairman, I defer to you on that.
On how the 1646 or whatever it was is derived.
I think it was in OCC 144 that the amount stated was the 1646. And I think the question is in terms of the derivation of that. And so I think it's an item that we can provide more clarity on in a late filed exhibit.
Sorry. 1 second here. You said OCC 144.
Right.
Thank you for that site.
Sure.
Okay, and yeah, I'm gonna hold off on issuing that late file exhibit for now. Let me table that and we can come back to it after a break. I just want to reread OCC 144. So let's proceed for now, please.
Okay, so it sounds like that may be the answer to my final or my outstanding question, unless you had anything.
Yeah,
Mr.
can you just
Canada.
repeat your outstanding question? Maybe we can resolve that.
Yeah, I think it was trying to determine any purpose outside of the the cost to complete the action or the expense related to completing a reconnection or disconnect. Sorry, just for reconnection service. If there's any fees included in that reconnection charge, which I think is might be covered in either reviewing what's the current interrogatory response on the record or a potential forthcoming late file.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I thought I heard a different question from you with regard to reconnection
Oh.
and the revenue requirement, but if that's not the case.
Yeah, well, it's I think they're related.
Okay.
So
Well, I can explain that the revenue requirement does anticipate more reconnect fees in the future than
Okay.
in the test year because of COVID.
Okay.
And that the revenue requirement was built to run that benefit back to customers.
Yep.
That can be found
I
on
remember
work
that
paper
from
C3-21.
a previous testimony. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Cohen, so let me just, I'm trying to catch up here. So 140, OCC 144 appears to explain or provide provide the company's justification for increasing their reconnection fee, but your question is, what the reconnection fee comprises?
How it's derived, how it's set. Yeah.
Okay, so Attorney Venora, to your point, I think that then we'll issue that as a late file, which is, I think, we're up to 119. And it's for the company to provide an explanation as to how the reconnection fee amount is derived, please.
Thank you.
And my final question is just to clarify some back and forth that happened this afternoon regarding some questioning about the legal collections firm. So my understanding is that customers with active accounts are referred, if they meet the criteria, to a legal collections firm. So just baseline level setting, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so then is it the case where customer would be getting contacts, customer communication touch points from a legal collections firm at the same time that they're getting customer communications from UI?
Yes.
And is there any, I don't know if coordination is the right term, but like understanding from a customer perspective, that if I'm receiving a collections notice, that I can still kind of disregard that collections notice and contact UI directly? Like, how is that described, if at all, to customers?
So if they're getting information from the legal collections firm, like a letter to say you need to pay.
Right.
I just have to confirm what's exactly verbalized in the letter. 1 second. They are advised in the letter that they can still contact the company as well.
Okay, so the UI communications being sent during this time period are saying contact the customer or contact the company, excuse me.
Yeah, they're the standard.
Yeah.
They're not getting a different
Right.
communication than what they normally would.
So, but then the legal collections communications are saying contact us or contact the company.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Yes, it is. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the panel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that completes authority staff cross. Okay, very good. Attorney Marshall, does Steve have any cross?
No question.
Okay, thank you. Then I just have a few questions of my own. We got through about half of my questions yesterday, so I just want to wrap up with a few questions for the panel, and then we can break both for a break and to do redirect.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we got into this at the end of my questions last night, but I just wanted to take a step back and make sure I understood how the organizational structure for the customer service group works, and specifically like organizationally. I don't know if it's better to try to explain this to me right now or ask that you submit like a diagram afterwards, but the different components that comprise the customer service and the folks that we have here. Like, can you just tell me organizationally, like what group reports to whom and
Yeah.
the like responsibility up the chain for me, please?
Okay. So my role as Vice President of Customer Service for Connecticut in Massachusetts, including the CNG, SCG, and Berkshire Gas, I have direct responsibility for the Connecticut companies and Massachusetts companies billing, internal contact centers, and collections group, as well as the escalation group, which includes the review officers. And also I have a program manager for compliance that reports directly to me. So that's my report. So Mr. Daniels, to my right, he reports to me, and some of the folks behind me report to me. In addition to that, we have the centralized support functions that contribute to the Avangrid Networks companies. So Mr. Drahota at the end, he's the director over, it's considered director of customer care, but it includes a grouping, the vendor management for all the Avangrid Networks companies, the relationship with that third-party vendor we talked about, the workforce management group that we've talked about that assess forecasts and staffing and things like that. And just to explain, Mr. Daniels contributed a lot to that because Mr. Drahota is relatively new to the organization, and that used to be Mr. Daniels' role. He oversaw the workforce management team. And in addition, the quality group reports under Mr. Drahota as well. Did I miss anything, Mr. Drahota?
A small group of telephony IT folks.
Thank you. And
then Mr. Patterson. So Mr. Drahota reports to the Vice President of Customer Service for Avangrid Networks, Scott Baker, and as does Mr. Patterson, and I'll let him describe his organization.
So my organisation, as Ms. Palella described, sits across Avangrid Networks. We're responsible for digital, so that would be our websites, mobile apps, emails, any sort of digital communications that we have with our customers, marketing and communications. So that would include CLM, energy efficiency, marketing, as well as some of our new programs and services you're going to hear from our kind of panels this afternoon. Our customer research function. So you heard me obviously answer questions regarding our surveys, JD Power, Net Promoter Scores, etc. And then lastly, our overarching customer experience strategy and our customer journey redesign. So a lot of the testimony that we put forward for investment in redesigning our customer journeys, I've got a team of people that really support that transformation of our business and really customer centricity.
okay, thank you. So, Ms. Palella, so if two of the groups we've discussed are across Avangrid, but it sounds like you're more Connecticut and Massachusetts. Or sorry, did you say Massachusetts?
Mm-hmm. Berkshire Gas.
Yeah. Thank you. Is this where the dotted line comes out? I'm trying to figure out
Yes.
how you work with.
So I directly report to Scott Baker, who's the Vice President of Customer Service for Avangrid Networks, but I have a dotted line to Mr. Reynolds, who's our president.
Okay. Okay, so Ms. Palella, Mr. Patterson, and Mr. Drahota report to Mr. Baker directly. Okay, all right, thank you. So, like within this organizational structure, is this panel collectively responsible for overseeing like the customer experience across all communication channels, or is there another division that isn't representative here?
Communications to customers.
As opposed to communications like with media or whatever. I'm sorry.
So there's corporate communications.
Okay.
Which is not with us today, that we sometimes interact with, like if we want a press release or we've done recently a lot of community events in reference to serving customers in person. We've gone to a couple of towns so that we brought customer service representatives. We had people available to serve customers in person. And so corporate communications assisted us in those events. They helped us spread the word. They worked with some of the municipalities to get the word out, did some news coverage so that we could increase the participation rate. So that would be an example of corporate communication. Another example would be with social media. There's a corporate communications subgroup that sort of helps manage the social media presence that we have.
Okay, so
And they work very closely with the customer communications team, which is represented here today.
okay, thank you. So the social media channel, like let's take Twitter for example. The United Illuminating Twitter account is run by corporate comms or is run out of Mr. Patterson's group?
Yeah, so corporate communications manage our social media strategy. However, within there, if we have customer specific queries, they go into the operation. For example, in UI, that would go into Nick Daniels' operation to then pick up that query, resolve the query, and deal with that customer.
Okay, thank you.
If it was a direct inquiry from a customer through that channel, it gets directed to Mr. Daniels' group.
Okay, thank you. So I was back up a step, and when I asked if this panel was collectively responsible for customer communications channels, I was the next series of questions I have are about communications around communications with customers around the time of emergency events, and specifically if you went back to the authority's ECA's decision, UI had provided a response to an interrogatory that was reproduced in the decision that listed a number of channels like customer care phone, IVR, social media, email, website, mobile app, fax, and two-way text. And so I'm trying to understand if there's any of those channels that are not represented on this panel.
Just to clarify, that was a communication plan in reference to
UI provided it as the list of ways that the customers can contact UI to inquire or report a power outage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be via our channels, customer services.
Okay, so thank you. So harkening back to ECS, and I think there was a more recent event too. There was, website outage, OMS was down, data center loss. There were some impacts to the third-party call center during ECS. I think there was something more recently, but I have a few questions about what the customer care team has done, since then to adjust for some of those contingencies.
Yeah, so I'll potentially start with the digital channels, and then I think Mr. Daniels will conclude with the contact centre. So from the digital perspective, we've completely replaced the website. So if you go to UI net as of today, 9 months ago it was a completely different platform. So that the period that you're referring to, we had a different technology stack. It was a legacy technology stack, and it's been replaced now with kind of market leading capability. From a mobile app perspective, again, we launched the mobile app in 2019. So now, again, customers have got the ability to register, an outage via that mobile application. And then kind of thirdly, we have also deployed a new alerting capability. So that's the kind of, I think you referenced it as a two-way SMS, where, if we take note, if we can identify through AMI and other capabilities that there's an outage at that customer's property, we send that SMS, make the customer aware of that, and the customer can respond back to say, my power's actually back on. Or similarly, if we, after we've resolved that power outage, confirm to the customer that their power is now back on. The customer can say, well, it's actually out. So we've kind of got that two-way capability embedded within that SMS alert communication channel.
And specific to the questions that you asked about, I think the loss of website, contact center, and third-party vendor during Storm Isaias, that was a result of a loss of power in our data center that took out a particular data cluster. I think our facilities group has made arrangements to avoid that from happening in the future and has put in mitigation steps.
Thank you. And I think there was some discussion about doing stress testing as part of the ACS decision. But whether it was in there or not, can I just ask, I guess the question is, stress testing on each of your communications channels, in particular the improvements, that you just outlined, to test them, after the storm.
Yep. So from we call it load performance testing, is stress testing. So absolutely, when we launched the new, for example, website technology stack, Q2 last year, we conducted load testing in excess of the ACIS load that was received into our contact center channels, to ensure that the infrastructure was capable to take another multi-state storm. What we've also done there is we've moved to a cloud infrastructure model for some of our digital technologies, the website being one of them, as well as our app, where we've got a scalable capacity. So prior to having that, we would only be as resilient really as the physical servers that we had within our data center. So if the capacity on those servers exceeded what we had physically, it would have a problem. So that's now not the case. We've got that partnership in place that allows that capacity to scale up as required.
Okay.
And in terms of scalability for the contact centers, we still have the availability of our high volume call answering solution for the contact centers.
Thank you. So I appreciate those responses. And Mr. Patterson, just one quick clarification. When you say you tested it in excess of the ECAS event, was that by what did you mean by in excess? In terms of number of calls, or like, is there some projection that correlates like a more intense storm to a higher number of calls? Can you just be more specific?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll look the metric that we focus on is the concurrency of users. So it's a number of users, an IT term, I suppose, concurrency of customer engagements at the same time. So if you look at all of our customers, for example, tried to engage with us or did engage with us during those large prior storm events, that equates to a number of interactions with our server and our system at the same time. And we've looked at that measure as a baseline, and then the load testing that we put forward for our new platforms was an increase on top of that baseline.
Okay.
So it was basically an additional concurrency. We'd be able to be supported with that new infrastructure.
Very good. Thank you. So the stress testing that we just talked through, and some of the other improvements that you both have walked me through, is there anything in addition to that this group has done or recommended to your incident command team? There was specifically in relation to, there was a direction in the ECAS decision that said, thus the authority directs UI to investigate and to provide actionable recommendations in its next ERP for improving the number of drop calls that customers experienced early in the response. And I think that was in relation to a high rate of abandoned calls during ECAS. So I'm just hoping if there's anything that you all could point me to in relation to responding to that.
I believe our response to this, and I think what you just said maybe clarified something for me right now, at least with the notion of dropped calls, depending on how you wanna, what nomenclature you wanna use, drop calls, I think we were taking that to mean that calls failed when attempted, and that we didn't believe happened in Storm Isaias. If the question is to what has the company done to mitigate abandoned calls during an event like that? We can take that away. But at the time when that order was issued, I believe our response was that we didn't believe we had drop calls during that time. But that is a helpful clarification.
Okay, yeah, and I might refer you to, well, I'm sure Attorney Venora knows where to find that decision. So maybe if I can just make it a late file then, which would be 120, and just for the company to respond to that directive, provide information about how the company responded to that directive in relation to abandoned calls. And I can repeat it, Attorney Venora.
If you just have the order number, that would be helpful. I know it's from docket 200803, correct?
Yeah. Let's see here.
It is. I don't have that one committed to memory, but it is.
Yeah. I think we probably have enough information.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, the sentence I cut for myself was from page 114, but I have not corresponded it to an order.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. I think I just have one or two more questions here. I wanted to circle back to a question that you had with, or an exchange that you had with Ms. Cohane. I think it was Ms. Palella, regarding the illegal collections communications. So I think I heard you say that customers, that there's something in the communication to customers from the legal collections firm that says they can contact UI. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Do you know what that communication says? Like, does it say that they can call UI to arrange a payment plan? Does it just say you can contact UI? Like,
Right now, we just are aware that it has an information about you can still contact your utility, but we would need to get the letter to just confirm exactly what it says.
okay, can we have that as late file exhibit 121, just like a copy of a generic letter from a legal collections firm to a customer, please?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could, if that letter has changed at all, if you could provide, what am I trying to say? If there has been any revisions to that material revisions to that letter, if you can provide, historical copies, just, from the test year to date.
Understood. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, and I hesitate to go back to this because I think I got a pretty clear answer when Ms. Vigrass asked it, but I just want to make sure it was crystal clear what the question was. It was about whether the company sells customer debt, and I think the answer is pretty definitively no, but I just wanted to make sure, just cross my T's, dot my I's. Are you offering that response in relation to what your legal collections or firms or third parties I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Can you clarify for me whether that answer was on behalf of like the vendor or the third party collections and legal collections firms that you engage? Like, are you saying definitively that they do not sell customer debt as
Correct.
well?
They
Okay.
do not.
Okay. All right. Is that policy clarified in your contract with them, or is it just an understanding? Or
I will check. I would need to check the contracts.
okay. Would you like that as a read-in or a late file?
Late file would be probably preferable.
Okay, so I'll just list it as late file exhibit 122 to clarify whether the contract with your legal collections firms and third-party agents addresses the sale of customer debt. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So late file exhibit 122 to clarify whether the contract with whether your contract with legal collections firms and third-party collections firms address the sale of customer debt.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'm interested in is if it's not clear in the contract, I'd like to know the company's position on whether they'd have to seek permission before doing that, or like what the process would be. So just if in that late file exhibit you can kind of elaborate on that, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Let's see. Okay, I'm so sorry, and I just want to and just have one additional clarification to late file exhibit 121. And I think that should be it for me. So taking a step back, the late file exhibit 121 asked for a copy of a communication from the legal collections firm to a customer. Is there any before that communication from the legal collections firm goes to the customer, there is first several communications from UI to the customer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And each of those communications, does it make clear that the customer can renegotiate or enter into a payment plan with UI before before the account is transferred to the legal collections firm?
So we don't reference the legal collections firm in those documents because it's not like we're handing it off to the legal collections firm. We're maintaining the relationship. So the accounts get the same information as others, and it's detailed in the shut off notice as well as the final notice of all the options that they have, payment arrangements, if they qualify for financial hardship, matching payment, things like that. So those are all detailed in those two pieces of communication.
Okay, so when UI does transition it to the step with the legal collections firm, is a legal collections firm or third-party collections firm, they're not using UI letterhead though,
No.
right? Okay, so there is some point where it becomes clear to the customer that their account has been referred.
Yeah, it says, your balance remains unpaid and, it's been referred to our company for follow-up type of thing.
Okay. So in the late file exhibit 121, will it, I'm trying to figure out if there's any written material that makes it clear to the customer that they can contact the UI to renegotiate the payment plan and have it recalled from the legal collections firm or not. Like, would that be visible in that communications form that you're going to respond to in late file exhibit 121, or is there something else I should be asking for?
I think that we would see in that communication what the customer is instructed, whether it's just you can still contact your, the utility in order to, follow through. So it will be in that communication, yes,
Okay. All right.
whatever they're instructed.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that completes my questions for this panel. Which means that I think we are going to take a 10-minute break and to allow for time for redirect 2. And then when we come back, we'll do redirect before proceeding into the OCC's panel.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
3:05. Thank you. Did you leave me candies? Did Teresa tell you that I'm struggling?
I'm struggling.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I just, you're good. Okay, I think we're all back. Not mistaken. So Attorney Venora, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. We just have really just one question on redirect, and I'm going to pose this to Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, do you recall yesterday you had some cross-examination from Attorney White relating to the proposed new vendor contract and the necessity of a new cost-benefit analysis? Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
And do you have any further explanation on whether it was necessary to do a new cost-benefit analysis in connection with that contract?
I do, and the company feels that the assumptions that were in place during the original 2017 cost benefit analysis are still in play, and furthermore, we've evidenced cost savings, actual cost savings as referenced in CAE 046 answer A as a $2.03 million. In addition to that, the proposed costs for the new vendor Alorica fall below the current cost being charged for I-Corps for move-in, move-out calls. So we feel that the cost benefit analysis, an additional cost benefit analysis was not necessary.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all we have for redirect. We also do have one of the read-ins we can provide.
Very good.
And this is read-in HH relating to the community relations team and the activities of those employees other than lobbying. And Mr. Canavan has that information.
Yeah, good afternoon, and this is read-in on behalf of Mr. Carbone. The government and community team is comprised of one director and 3 specialists that have multiple responsibilities. The team has 4 areas of focus. 1, state government relations. Outside of lobbying, the team is the conduit with state legislators, staff on company operations, which can include topics such as storm updates, response, customer service inquiries, communications of programs, etc. The second area of focus would be municipal relations. The team works with each town's mayor, first selectman, social service agencies, community relations, or economic development teams. Third area of focus would be community relations. And that team works with nonprofits to handle charitable giving and grants, volunteerism opportunities, business and social service groups. And final area of focus would be economic development. The team works with the state and local organizations to help attract and retain businesses, sharing information, supporting initiatives in the UI service territory towns.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then with that, I want to thank the panel for your testimony, and you're excused until the late file exhibit hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, we will call up the Office of Consumer Counsel's panel, where we will begin and end with authority staff cross. All right, Attorney Gouvet, or Attorney Minikowski, whoever wants to introduce Mr. Colton for the record, and I will swear him in. Oh.
Good afternoon, Chair Gillette. This is Roger Colton for the OCC.
Very good. Mr. Colton, if you can raise your right hand for me, please. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colton, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Roger, R-O-G-E-R-D, Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N.
And what is your business address?
My business address is 34 Warwick, W-A-R-W-I-C-K Road in Belmont, Massachusetts.
Did you sponsor pre-file testimony, both direct and or rebuttal testimony in relation to this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to that direct or rebuttal?
I do not.
Do you adopt the direct and rebuttal you filed in this case as your sworn testimony in this proceeding today?
I do.
Thank you. Chair Gillette, Mr. Colton is ready for cross-examination.
Thank you. And we will turn to Mr. Kramer, please.
Chairman Gillette.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. Mr. Colton, my questions this afternoon focus on your testimony dated December 13th, 2022. And my first question is it accurate to describe the outcomes-based metrics you recommend in your testimony as falling within the following three categories? First, identification of an EDC's low-income customers. Second, enrollment and retention of low-income customers in assistance programs. And third, improving low-income payment patterns.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it also accurate that you recommend these metrics for Pura's use to evaluate whether the utility is serving the needs of low-income customers, as well as to evaluate potential adjustments to a utility's return on equity, employee compensation adjustments, or application to other financial incentives or penalties?
The metrics that I discuss in my testimony can be used for any of those purposes. Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, why would it be necessary to tie such metrics to utilities, ROE, employee compensation, or other financial incentives or penalties?
I don't think one could say that it would be necessary across the board, irrespective. I think that there could be situations where that might be appropriate, where the utility has a demonstrated need for a financial incentive to perform in a way that the outcomes would be achieved.
Okay.
But you wouldn't adopt it as a matter of policy, saying it's true in every case.
Mm-hmm. I see. And to your knowledge, have outcome-based metrics similar to those identified in your testimony been adopted for electric distribution companies in other jurisdictions?
I couldn't speak to a lot of jurisdictions. I do a lot of work in Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania, the question actually presents itself in the opposite way of what I think your questions imply. The question presents itself where the utilities seek a kicker, or a kicker isn't the right word, an adder to their return on equity because of what they would claim to be exemplary management performance. And looking at metrics such as I have proposed would be a way to determine whether that adder should be approved or disapproved.
Okay, understood. And in that example, you indicated that's for exemplary and additional sort of incentive for exemplary performance. In that case, it sounds like there's not necessarily a disincentive or disincentive or penalty for subpar or below expectation performance.
That's correct. The utility would request an adder for exemplary management performance, but there is not the downside that one often hears about in performance-based regulations. for less than appropriate management performance.
Understood. My next question is about, so are there other, actually, let me back up. Are there other examples in which such metrics have been adopted beyond the example you provided in Pennsylvania, or is that, to your knowledge, the most concrete example you have?
That's the most concrete example.
Okay.
That I currently have.
Okay. And is it possible in that example to discuss some of the results of adoption to your knowledge? Has that created exemplary performance by setting forth those metrics?
I don't really have an answer to that because cases are often settled, and they're not settled at the witness level. They're settled at the attorney or client level. So I'm not the one who has input into or decision-making power over it.
Understood.
I don't know if that made sense, but
Let me.
I don't have direct input into whether a case is settled or not.
Understood. Not direct input. However, do you have visibility into the results to see the extent to which such metrics have been fulfilled?
I can look from case to case, but whether a requested equity adder was approved or disapproved, and on what grounds that approval or disapproval was based on, I would not only not have an input into that or not have a review of that, but I'm not sure that the grounds would even be articulated.
Okay.
In a settlement.
Understood. And I guess a related question to the adoption of such metrics for serving low-income customers would be, to drive achievement of the kind of metrics that you proposed in the testimony. In your experience, what's necessary to really ensure that a company has the, say, the data or the systems or the capacity to track and improve performance on such metrics?
Well, I think what you just suggested is the answer. Is the utility would need to have the data, which is generally unquestionably available. The sorts of metrics that I proposed all use available data that's easily understood, that's really can't be questioned as to what the result of the calculations are. And then the utility needs to have the willingness to act to improve should the metrics indicate that the performance is less than what the metrics would call for.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you right, it's data that is unquestionably available and a willingness to act on that data. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when I say a willingness to act on the data, what I mean by that is the willingness to accept the fact that what the utility does or does not do will have an impact on whether the metric is actually accomplished or not.
Mm-hmm.
So an acceptance of the responsibility or accountability.
I see. So whether that their actions influence customer behavior, in other words, is that what you're getting at?
that their actions would have an impact on whether the metric is achieved or not.
Okay, I see. And I think my last question, I had just a few, is if you gave us an example of Pennsylvania where an adder has been applied for exemplary performance in metrics such as those you've proposed in your testimony. I guess I'm interested if there are best practices that you would advise or that you've seen in the industry for driving performance against such metrics and tying those metrics to an incentive.
I think best practices would overstate the maturity of the utility industry. And I don't say maturity in a pejorative sense, but maturity of the utility industry in articulating and applying performance-based measurement. I don't think the utility industry has done it enough for someone like me to say that there are best practices that have been developed.
Okay. Maybe a different spin on that is if in your capacity as a witness or in the work that you've done, would you sort of recommend, if not industry best practices, in your experience in this industry, what would it take to effectively tie such metrics to appropriate incentives to drive performance?
Well, I think you first need to determine what the metrics would be. And I generally talk about 4 metrics that from a low income or an affordability perspective. And those 4 metrics are that a utility wants complete payment. So if they bill $100, they want to receive $100 in payments. A utility wants timely payment. If they bill and have a due date at 20 days, they want their payment by on or before the 20th day. They want regular payments. If they send 6 bills, they want to receive 6 payments. And they want to receive, or they want to have what I call unsolicited payments. So they send a bill, they want to not have to chase that by making constant contact with the customer saying, you're late, you need to contact us, you need to do A, B, or C. So that's the first step. And the second step is that having established the performance goals, you need to establish the data points by which you can measure the performance goals. So if you can't measure it, you can't control it. You then have to be able and willing to apply that data or collect that data to measure your performance, to determine whether your performance is at or above or below what your performance is. If the performance is less than, if your actual performance is less than what your articulated performance is, you need to establish or determine what the cause of that underperformance is. And then you need to finally determine what the remedy is. How are you going to fix whatever the cause is? How are you going to respond to that? And then you go back to the top and you start all over again. It's a feedback loop. Did that answer the question you were asking? I
think so. The question was around if in the absence of industry best practices, given the maturity of the use of performance metrics as you characterize it, then the question was for your own sort of recommendations based on your experience for how you would apply such metrics and tie them to incentives. And if I'm hearing you correctly, it's identifying those metrics and the thresholds against which you're measuring, identifying performance against those metrics, and where there's either underperformance, sort of the remedy for that, achievement of that, what is the incentive? So tying that or identifying that ahead of time is, I think, what I'm hearing from you before you then go back to the start and do the process all over again. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And the term that would describe what I just said is the feedback loop. And if you are talking about financial incentives, whether it's a penalty or an add-on of return on equity or an impact on employee compensation or some other financial incentive, the question would be at what point of the process can the interjection of that financial impact influence the feedback loop.
That answers my question. Thank you. And that's all that I have, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
No question.
Okay. Mr. Colton, so the metrics that are proposed in your direct testimony, understood, you identified it as a three-pronged analysis. I guess my simple question is, can that three-pronged analysis be applied to a metric other than one that is for purposes of driving outcomes with respect to low-income customers, which I understood your metrics to be based on, but is that same three-pronged analysis applicable to driving outcomes for other topics?
Yes, with the acknowledgement that my work tends to be in the low-income sector, but the other place that it would clearly be applicable would be, let me finish one time, would clearly be in the area of energy efficiency investments in order to determine reasonable investments in income qualified or low income energy efficiency investments. You would need to identify your low income base, enroll the income base in your energy efficiency programs, in your income qualified energy efficiency programs, and then low income energy efficiency has the same impact on payment patterns and practices that discount rates would have. So that would be one place. I think increasingly, I just did a case in Washington where we had discussions about how the same sort of process analysis would be applied to distributed energy as well.
By that, do you mean interconnection processing, or what do you mean?
Well, whether identifying the low-income customer base is fundamental, and then putting solar panels on rooftop solar panels on homes has many of the same problems that installing energy efficiency has. That if you're low income, you're probably more likely than not, a tenant who don't have the ability to decide whether to put rooftop solar panels on your home, just like you don't have the ability to decide whether to replace your furnace or not.
Mhm.
And you probably don't have the financial capacity to install rooftop panels in the first place. So the individually home-based distributed energy, enrolling people in programs to promote those would have the same issues or would present the same issues that enrolling in a discount program. And then finally, to the extent that those distributed energy sources done at the household level reduce your bills, you're going to have an impact on low-income payment patterns and practices.
Thank you. That's helpful. So to the extent that the state of Connecticut or the programs that the authority oversees in the DER space, if I understand what you just said, to the extent that those programs have either goals or targets for participation of low-income communities or targets for how many affordable housing units participate in the program, the same kind of analysis that's in your testimony could be applied to those goals.
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. One last thing is I did a Commonwealth Edison case. Everything seems to be a few years ago, but not too many years ago, where the issue was not how to address low income needs. The issue was how to address uncollectibles. And the question was, how effective was the company singular using budget billing and deferred payment plans? And the same process that I outlined, we applied. I worked for the Attorney General of Illinois, and we applied that analytic framework to budget billing and deferred payment arrangements.
Thank you. There's been a lot of talk about budget billing so far in this proceeding. Do you recall any of the specifics from your Con Edison testimony? Was it Con Edison? Yeah. Like the structure of the metrics that you had for budget billing.
Well, I remember one of the issues, Commonwealth Edison out of Chicago, and I worked for the Illinois Attorney General's office. One of the problems that we found was that even when low-income folks could afford their bills on an annual basis, the seasonality of Commonwealth Edison's bills made them unaffordable at certain points of the years. So having enrolling low-income customers in budget billing would have been a step forward as to addressing the seasonality of unaffordability. The problem was that Commonwealth Edison had a policy that if you were behind on your bill, you weren't permitted to enroll in budget billing. And so the very people who budget billing would most help were the people who were excluded from the program. So the treatment of budget bills by Commonwealth Edison, the problem didn't arise in the first step of the analytics. The problem arose in the second step of the analytics, is getting people onto the program. At the risk of talking too much, just in that Commonwealth Edison case, we talked about deferred payment plans. Commonwealth Edison talked a lot about how frequently they enrolled customers, including low-income customers, in deferred budget plans or installment payment plans, or whatever one might call that. What they didn't talk a lot about was how they enrolled customers, including low-income customers, in deferred payment plans, and 80% of those deferred payment plans defaulted rather than being successfully completed. So the second step of the analytic process that I laid out in my direct testimony in this proceeding was not only enrolling customers in the program, but maintaining the enrollment. So the same process, the same analytic process was used, even if it was on a different issue.
Understood. Thank you. That's very helpful. Maybe my last question is, to the extent that the authority moves forward in adopting the metrics in your direct testimony, or applying the analysis in your direct testimony to yield another outcomes-based metric, do you have an opinion on whether it's appropriate to tie compensation to the achievement of one or more of these metrics?
I would, yes. The answer to your question is yes.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate, or do you want to elaborate, or just leave it at yes?
No. The purpose of having outcome metrics is to establish the goal, determine whether the goal is being achieved, determine what needs to be changed in responding to an underachievement, but also in assigning accountability and responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And in my direct testimony, I talk about when the federal government enacted GPRA, the Government Performance and Reform Act.
Mm-hmm.
It was explained that having an assignment of accountability and responsibility was one of the purposes of having outcome measurements, and tying compensation to the achievement or to the non-achievement of outcome measurements is exactly that, is assigning accountability and responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Colton. I'm going to leave it there. Would the OCC like time to consider redirect?
We could just have one brief moment.
Of course, we'll briefly recess. Attorney Minikowski?
As you may have surmised, we have no redirect. Thank you, Chairman.
Very good. And Mr. Colton, thank you for appearing, and you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to transition into our company panel on the Clean Energy Transformation Initiative. So if I can recall the company counsel and witnesses for this panel, and I believe authority staff will be first up to conduct cross-examination.
That's great.
certain order. Is it in a certain order? Want to send a certain order?
Yes, I'm right here. You can say your channels.
Oh.
When your clients are ready, if you want to introduce your panel and I'll swear them in. Sure, no rush.
Can I ask them each to just identify themselves by name and position, and then they can be sworn?
Very good.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with Mr. Mader, and we'll go right down the line. Just if you could state your full name and position for the record.
James Mader, Senior Manager, Smart Grids Innovation.
Scott Bohanek, Program Director, Smart Grids Innovation.
Sean Sullivan, Program Director, Smart Grids Innovation.
Good afternoon, Rita King, Senior Director, Smart Grids Innovation.
Robert Manning, Program Director, Smart Grids Innovation.
James Rincon, Program Manager in the CEO Office for Corporate Innovation.
And Chair Gillette, we have one other person who sponsored discovery related to this panel. It's Ms. Laney Brown. I'm going to ask her to also, she won't be on the panel to start, but she sponsored discovery that may be relevant. Ms. Brown, would you also state your full name and position for the record?
Yeah, Laney Brown, Vice President of Sustainability.
Very good, thank you. If I could ask all 7 of the individuals to raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath, the conclusion of which please say I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you very much, Attorney Venora.
Thank you. And to the 6 panel members, we already covered the names and positions. Okay. I haven't done this yet today in this case. So to the panel members, other than Mr. Rincon, as part of your preparation for the docket, did each of you provide pre-filed written testimony exhibits which were marked as Exhibit UI-CETP 1 through 5 and rebuttal testimony that was marked as Exhibits UI-CETP Rebuttal 1 through 2? And I'll go down the line with Mr. Mader to the end if each of you can answer for the record.
Yes.
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 I did.
Thanks.
Yes.
And Mr. Rincon, as part of your preparation for the docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony exhibits and exhibits that were marked as Exhibits UI-JA, JR-1 through 5?
Yeah.
And now to all the panel members, do any of you have any changes to your testimony or interrogatory responses?
No.
Mr. Buchanek?
Yes, in the review of a spreadsheet that was filed in CAE 0012 and OCC 0235, identified a error in the spreadsheet, which would reduce the proposed budget of our medium and heavy duty make ready program to a total of 16 million from the originally proposed of 21 million.
Okay, thank you. And do any of the other panel members have any updates or corrections?
I do not.
I do not.
I do.
Mr. Manning.
We'll go in order. First one is OCC 0246, attachment 1, page 1 of 2. Change the amount from $163,500 to $150,000. And then on page 2, change the OpEx for 2026 from 13,500 to 0. And then the following OCC 0587, 0588, and 0589. The date submitted, the year should be 2023, not 2022.
Okay. And Mr. Rincon, do you have any
I do
corrections?
not.
Okay, thank you. And to all the panel members, subject to those corrections, do you adopt your materials as part of your testimony in this docket?
Yes. I do.
I do.
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Yes. Okay. And lastly, Ms. Brown, do you, am I correct? You sponsored interrogatory responses in this docket. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And do you adopt those as part of your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Okay, thank you. With that, the panel is available for cross.
Very good, thank you. And I just need to go back to Mr. Boshanek. I'm not sure I heard the budget, the correction, the budget went from what to what, please?
It was, the total originally was 21.6 million. And with the correction, it was reduced to 16.4 million.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I can break it out further if you'd like.
Not right now, thank you. But Attorney Venora, is that going to be captured in lay file exhibit 1 perhaps? Or did you want to do that somewhere else?
I don't think these are part of the revenue requirement.
Okay.
I think we probably do it separately.
Okay, if you want to file a supplement, a revised, what was that, CAE 46 you said, or your exhibit?
CAE 12.
CAE
Okay,
12.
so we could provide a supplement to that response that reflects that correction.
Okay.
I think the part of the budget is CapEx, so it might have an impact on the revenue requirement, but
Okay.
it's a small percentage of the total.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's file a supplement to CAE 12 in the short term, and then any incidental impacts on the revenue requirement you can capture in LFE 1. Okay. All right, thank you. With that, we're going to kick off authority staff cross with Mr. Butler, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Hi, everyone. I'm Rory Butler. I'm a fellow with the Department of Energy, and I'll be working with the authority for the next year and a half. So my first few questions are trying to get at some of the more specific objectives of the Clean Earth Lab. So I'll start with the company's response to OCC 259. The company stated, significant investment in innovative technologies or business models in the mid to long term allow the company to avoid certain investments or expenditures altogether. Are you referring to specific innovative technologies or business models in this statement, or is this a general statement?
It's a general statement.
Okay. Has UI avoided investments, developed operational efficiencies, improved customer experience, or advanced state policy through previous investments in innovative technologies and business models, or through collaboration with the Eversource Energy Center?
I would say generally the answer to that question is yes. I mean, one specific project that I can cite is an ongoing project with the Eversource Energy Center that's funded in part through NYSERDA in New York to improve an outage prediction model. This is not an investment from UI, but from Avangrid innovation sort of writ large to improve operation of this model that was developed by the Eversource Energy Center. And so this is not operational yet. We're in year 2 of a 3-year period, but through application of new data sets made available through the Atmospheric Science Center at the University of Albany and the New York Mesonet, as well as additional applications of machine learning, we believe that the outage prediction capability of that model will be significantly improved. That is one of sort of several inputs to the emergency preparedness response from our emergency preparedness teams during times of storms. So that I'd say that's one specific example of research that I am specifically involved in. But I think for your broad question of innovative technology being applied to do any of those things, there's probably several other examples across the company where technology has improved customer experience and the general operation of our business.
Okay, great. And we'll definitely come back to the outage prediction model. I've got a few other questions about that as well. My follow-up question too is, are you aware of whether Eversource has avoided investments, developed operational efficiencies, improved customer experience, or advanced state policy through its collaboration with Yukon?
I don't think I'd be comfortable necessarily answering for Eversource in that regard. I don't have any sort of published quantifiable metrics from them to say yes or no.
Okay, so did UI seek out that information from Eversource before developing the proposal for the Clean Earth Lab?
Specifically about the OPM or about any sort of general improvements that they have seen?
Right, about sort of any general improvements that they've seen.
Sure. There's quite a few published papers from the outcomes of their research on the Energy Center's lab that shows use of some of the technology for vegetation management, flooding prediction, things like that, that have been applied for benefit of their operations.
Okay, interesting. Could you discuss some specific insights and tools that will result from the climate change impact modeling research area, and how those insights and tools will allow the company to avoid investments or expenditures?
I think no specific, it's useful to say that no specific projects have been identified yet for this Clean Earth Lab, as it's still a proposal. And there's a process to identify those projects that hasn't yet been conducted. But in that area, something that's a relevant area of interest to both Avangrid and the researchers would be research and modeling to understand better the incremental benefit of specific resiliency actions that Avangrid takes, both in blue sky periods and post-storm, and to understand sort of what investments are most worth making, and to be able to apply that at a very sort of precise geographical level to understand, is undergrounding more useful than simply tree cutting, and is the incremental investment in doing that undergrounding ultimately going to provide a longer term benefit or value to the customer? There's lots of variables that could be considered there for actions related to resiliency, but that's a type of modeling that would be done that is related to climate change, in that the weather that affects weather is a very large variable in the consideration of those things. And so weather patterns, as they're affected by climate change, would be a consideration in that research.
Okay, understood. And I have pretty much the same question regarding the outage and flooding forecasting research area. So could you discuss some specific insights and tools that may result from that research area, and how those tools will allow the company to avoid investments or expenditures?
So again, just all of these should be taken in the context that the formal process of identifying or even calling for proposals for this research has not yet been conducted. But also noting that a lot of the areas of research overlap. So outage can be also include resiliency, can also include the effect of DERs and things like that. So I would say it's probably premature for me to cite any specific project for that, but that these are all technologies that we would call for proposals for from Yukon staff, from our subject matter experts within the company to say, what are the pain points within the company around these topics, and how can we put this powerful sort of research collaborative in action to solving those problems.
Okay, great.
I'd also like to add that I think both of those areas of study would really help inform some of the work that we're doing and the discussions we're having in the RE08 reopener around the resiliency framework and some of the action plans that UI has already filed and we continue to look at and evaluate. So I think in addition to some of the research that James is talking about and not having identified specific projects yet, we do envision needing to have that sort of capability going forward because we know that things continue to evolve and we want to have those analytical tools that we can help, bring specifically to UI service territory, apply them specifically to, the challenges and issues that we're seeing with storm preparedness and storm impacts. So I think that's one of the other values that we see is to be able to dovetail some of the work we're doing in RE08 with some of the study areas.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's definitely helpful. So could you describe what current tools you use for outage and flood forecasting?
It's probably a better question for some of our storm preparedness panel members. I don't know if anyone on our panel can help provide a little bit of insight or detail, but we're probably not the right panel.
Okay, yeah. One moment.
Yeah, and that panel does have some late filed exhibits, so they will be back if you have questions that we can't handle with this one.
I appreciate that, Attorney Venora. So Mr. Butler, Mr. Posey, if there's a specifically file exhibit on that last question that you want to prompt the company for, then I'm happy to enter that.
I would also point you to RSR 101. A similar question was posed specifically for flooding forecasting, and there's a list of tools there.
Okay, great. Awesome. So my next question is, could you describe whether a record of supporting fundamental research and benefiting from the insights and tools that result will further enhance the company's ability to obtain grant funding for innovative projects in the future?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So essentially, if the Clean Earth Lab is successful and provides benefits to the company and ratepayers, do you see that as enhancing the company's ability to obtain grant funding in the future?
I would say yes, greatly, and I'd say one of the underlying drivers to establish an entity to collaborate in this type of research is to have qualifying research for that grant funding from things like DOE programs that are part of the infrastructure bill and things like that that we otherwise might not qualify for, but that could potentially have a lot of benefit for our customers and for our operations.
If I could also provide an example, maybe not so much from UI service territory, but one of our sister operating companies in New York, NYSEG, we did spend about 3 years in setting up a test bed environment, and Mr. Sullivan can talk a little bit more about the Energy Smart community. but we did do a number of pilots. Much of the work that we did there helped inform our AMI scalability plan and implementation plan. And so we did find that, doing that sort of pilot is extremely helpful in trying to figure out, what are the capabilities and what are the right tools and systems that you might want to consider as you move forward with scaling, some of these technologies across your service territory. So we do find that value in pilots. And then specific to what Mr. Rincon mentioned about DOE funding, that's an area that we continue to explore, across our territory here at UI and in our other sister operating companies.
Okay, great.
I'd also just note that since we proposed this, the researchers involved that would be involved with Clean Earth have also established a partnership with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory with UConn, which we also believe would really benefit our opportunity to bring in federal energy research dollars.
Okay, great. And I think this might be a good time to actually jump to a later question that I had, which is just, has the company considered using grant funding as a substitute for ratepayer funding rather than in addition to ratepayer funding? And could you describe the reasons that the company has opted to provide grant receipts in addition to ratepayer funding rather than as a substitute?
So I'll start. Our understanding is in most cases, the IIJA funding requires about a 50% contribution, local contribution from ratepayers. And so, I think that was one of the considerations in putting some of our proposals together. We can talk specifics if you have specific questions about, some of those grants.
Okay, I do not have any specific questions, but I did have a question about cost sharing. So thank you. You answered that question. Okay, cool. So Mr. Rincon, in your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the potential for the company to hire graduating students that want to continue to work in the energy industry. Has Avangrid hired any graduating students that worked in collaboration with the Eversource Energy Center or a similar innovative research collaboration?
So to my knowledge, we have not hired any students out of the Eversource Energy Center, but I can't say across the company, actually, to be quite honest, if that's wholly true. I have not hired any. Through my Avangrid Department Corporate Innovation, I manage other collaborations with universities that are not the same as what we're proposing here, but give us an opportunity to collaborate with researchers and students, and we have hired people from those universities who we have engaged in research collaborations with before. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
And I'd like to add, we are expanding our reach here in Connecticut with partnerships with University of Bridgeport. We're looking at UNH. We've worked with Yale University previously, and we do continue to work with UConn. In some of our other service territories, such as New York, we have hired students coming out of those universities, and they continue to work in our organization. So we do have graduates from Cornell University, Rochester Institute of Technology. And so, it's a good model for us. I personally have gone to a number of the universities in Connecticut and spoken to near graduates, trying to encourage them to take a look at the energy industry and to make a career with us.
Okay, excellent. And could you just maybe describe some of the benefits that are involved with hiring graduating students who have worked in these innovative research collaborations?
Sure, I'll start, and if Mr. Rincon or Mr. Sullivan have any thoughts, they'll jump in. So one of the benefits we see with these sorts of collaborations is we can work upfront before students graduate with professors on setting real world, types of problems for students to work on. And we benefit from getting a different perspective and the students benefit from having mentors within the industry and really understanding what it's like to tackle these types of problems, after they graduate. And so we, first of all, develop that relationship, which is really important. We get to understand, how students approach these types of problems and what their capabilities may be. And then the professors and the programs also want to hear from us. What are the skill sets that are going to be needed in the future? Do we need to modify our course study? Should we look at, providing, specific changes in classes like data analytics and data science? That's an area that, we continue to see a need for within the energy industry. And so, it's those sorts of conversations that we can have, which benefit the universities, and it benefits our organizations as well, and it benefits the students. So they have those relationships before they come to work for us. They have that experience of working on real world problems, having to collaborate with others as opposed to doing just individual coursework is really different. And so I think they really get a feel for that. And I think once we bring those students in-house, we tend to keep those students because, they've already been working with us, and it isn't that they get into the organization and they say, this is not what I expected, and they leave, because they've already had a chance to do that while they were students.
Okay, great. Yeah. As someone who just graduated, I understand. It's good to hear all that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so my next question is looking at the interrogatory response to CAE 15. Could you confirm that the total annual cost to UI ratepayers to fund the Clean Earth Lab, including the program management, is $398,000 per year, which comes out to $1,990,000 over 5 years?
Sorry, could you just read that again?
Yes. So could you confirm that the total annual cost to UI ratepayers to fund the Clean Earth Lab, including the program management, is $398,000 a year, and that works out to $1,990,000 over 5 years?
That's not the breakdown I have in front of me, so let me do a little quick math here for you. I'm sorry, give me your total one more time, if you would.
$398,000 per year and $1,990,000 over 5 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Could you confirm that Avangrid is supporting the Clean Earth Lab with 10% cost share of only the R&D funding, so excluding any program management costs?
That's correct.
Okay, and you agree that that represents $125,000 over the 5-year lifetime of the funding request?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you agree that considering the full cost of funding and managing the program, the cost share by Avangrid covers just under 6% of the total cost?
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, why not provide 10% cost share of the full program cost, which would include the full-time equivalent and program management costs?
Sure. So the contribution of cost share generally was in consideration of reducing the burden on ratepayers to any degree possible. So the cost share of this is coming directly out of a budget that I manage through the corporate innovation budget. And so over 5 years with an annual earmark for this program, that amount is based mostly on what can be sustained by that budget.
Okay, understood. So Avangrid says on its website that the integration of environmental, social, and governance factors into business processes and decision-making not only benefits society, but also drives performance at Avangrid. Does the 10% cost share by Avangrid represent an investment that is made in line with Avangrid's ESG principles and their sustainable business model and strategy?
I mean, I don't know if I want to defer ESG talk to our VP of sustainability, but I can speak from myself when I say that funding research in ways to decarbonize the grid, in my opinion, is in line with that. I don't know if Lainey wants to say more about ESG.
I would just say, I mean, I agree in listening to and hearing about the programs. We are very focused on decarbonization, and it's part of our climate action policy. So with that alignment, I would agree.
Okay, great. I've got a few follow-up questions in this area. Will this investment and the reputational benefits that arise from the Clean Earth Lab improve the ESG performance of Avangrid?
Well, I think in terms of, I mean, I think performance is a big word. So in terms of defining performance, I think I would seek more clarity on what you mean by performance.
So would it lead to an improvement in the financial performance?
Well, again, I can't speak to the outcomes from these programs, specifically around financial performance. I think ESG provides a full range of opportunities. Decarbonization obviously is a significant one. But I can't, I think to look at the programs as proposed and say, do they have a direct financial benefit? I can't speak to that.
And was the question specifically about the cost share component?
Yes.
So the consideration to include a cost share component was sort of checking some sort of ESG box was not a consideration of including a cost share component, if you would.
Okay, understood. Would you agree that an innovative project such as the Clean Earth Lab further enables the company to attract investment?
I can't say that specifically.
It's
No.
not targeted at any, let's say, program around green investment. Avangrid as a whole, a large part of Avangrid being the development of renewable energy is quite a renewable based company. So this program is not really on the radar of the overall ESG impact of the company, which is the third largest developer and operator of renewable energy in the country.
I think if you want to speak to increased understanding of investments around climate change, that, if you look at that at the core, the answer would be yes, but I can't say explicitly that the programs that have been proposed would drive that to a scale that would ensure financial or improve a financial performance.
Okay, understood. Okay, so kind of continuing along that vein, Avangrid Renewables claims it is the largest offshore wind supplier in New England. And one of the key research initiatives of the Clean Earth Lab is the integration of clean hydrogen and offshore wind power. Do you know the total capacity of offshore wind owned by Avangrid?
I believe it's in one of my responses. Let me get it. Okay. So it looks like about 2.4 gigawatts contracted in terms of contracts for offshore wind, none of which is operational today.
Okay, so none of those are in service.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sorry. If you look at the table in RSR 103, also that it's prominently displayed in all of our investor materials on the Avangrid website as well.
Okay, great. And does that number include any offshore wind projects that are in the planning or construction phase?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. So will the research developed as part of the Clean Earth Lab further enable Avangrid to reduce its emissions using offshore wind?
Avangrid's emissions, Avangrid, the company's own carbon footprint, or like the energy served through the grid that UI manages, I guess.
I believe it would be Avangrid's own carbon footprint.
I don't believe that would be a direct impact of the Clean Earth Lab, no.
Okay. Okay, my last question on this topic is there any offshore wind connected to Connecticut's distribution system?
No.
Okay. Could you describe the performance of Yukon's outage prediction model?
Describe its performance in what terms?
So what is the accuracy of the model in predicting outages, and has it increased the company's ability to more quickly restore outages or otherwise generate savings or efficiencies for Connecticut ratepayers?
I'd say in terms of the metrics used for like actual outputs of the model, I would defer to somebody in the emergency preparedness group to talk about that. In terms of its improvement in our ability to perform, I guess it's best to defer to them as well, but I know they have an answer for that.
I also believe that operational efficiency and storm preparedness panel did speak about the Yukon outage prediction model, their experience, their historical experience, as well as some of their current plans to potentially make some revisions to that model, and how those revisions might help enable some of the restoration activities that we envision at UI.
Okay, cool. So what is the timeframe under which the company expects ratepayers to begin receiving the benefits of the tools and insights developed by the Clean Earth Lab? And have you attempted to quantify those benefits?
I guess the answer is I don't know, and in terms of have we attempted to quantify them, it would really depend on what projects are selected at what time, the time frame for those projects, the nature of those projects, and then the success of those projects. I mean, at this level of research, there is a chance that the research performed gives us insight through learning something that does not have a direct like tangible value to customers, but has a value for our institutional knowledge around a technology or a subject.
Okay, understood.
If I could also add to that, I do believe that, as we've been talking about for a couple of years now, the company recognizes the transformation that's happening within the distribution system, and we really are trying to prepare for, proactively prepare for some of that transformation. Think about electric vehicles and much of the research that we've been talking about. We're looking to get those insights so that our system can be ready for when our customers want to electrify, transportation, electrify heating, if they want to install renewable generation. We want to ensure that UI system is available for customers to make those choices without having impacts that are going to be more costly in the future. And so wanting to make sure that they can make those choices and adopt those emerging technologies without having costly consequences. And so, you know, the whole idea of when a customer is going to start to receive those benefits, you know, as a company, we want to make sure that it's seamless and that they are not restricted to making the kinds of choices that they might want to make going forward. And so I envision the benefits are going to continue, you know, as we evolve, as circuits, the load of circuits is going to evolve, our customers' profiles are going to evolve. And so much of this research is going to help inform that and help us assess our system from both a transmission and a distribution perspective, so that it's there for them when they want to engage with us.
Okay, understood. In UI's response to interrogatory CAE 55, UI discusses the benefits it has received from the Eversource Energy Center. Specifically, the company has been able to enhance aspects of storm and emergency preparedness through the use of damage prediction tools, guide infrastructure hardening, and yield optimal strategies and actions required for the management of risks. In light of the benefits UI is already receiving from the Eversource Energy Center, could you comment on how the Clean Earth Lab will not be duplicative of the Eversource Energy Center?
Yeah, so our involvement with the Energy Center, our current involvement with the Energy Center extends to our project for the OPM. What's described in this response is a project that was commissioned in the past. I don't know if Jim, you have any want to talk at all about the flooding project that was commissioned there, or if you want me to just give a summary based on my knowledge of it. But yeah, I mean,
I'll jump in.
this was, so what's represented as the benefits we've received here is based in a specific engagement that we engaged researchers at UConn to perform for us in the wake of Hurricane Sandy and the flooding that occurred in that storm, to use their flooding model to identify substations that were at risk of flooding in the UI territory. So if you think of that as being sort of like a point of benefit that we received from a project that we collaborated with these researchers, then that is a benefit. We believe we'll benefit from the outcomes of the research that we're doing with the OPM. But other than that, there's not some sort of, I would say, like perpetuity of benefit outside of, you know, it's on a project by project basis, really, that we have that relationship. So we engaged with them for these tools to predict flooding. We still have that ability. We know they're capable of doing those things, and so we engage with them in areas that we feel confident that they can provide value to us. And once we know that they can provide that value, we have the tools and insights of how to do that.
Okay, understood. So continuing with interrogatory response CA 55, could you confirm that between 2013 and 2017, UI provided $1,398,565 to the Eversource Energy Center to develop the damage prediction model?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and if you turn to the project charter, it's attachment 3, and go to the last page, should be page 7.
Do you have that attachment, Rita?
I'm sorry, which attachment is that?
Attachment 3.
Is that the CAE 55?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you. I'm here.
Okay. So could you confirm that the total proposed cost, including overheads, was $1,501,273?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what the actual cost was, including overhead, the actual total cost?
So when I was looking for information on this, the information I got was the capital costs represented in the response for CIA 55. So,
okay,
to the best of my knowledge, that were our costs.
Okay, understood. So what was the source of this funding?
I don't. I would have to check with.
I'm sorry. When you say source, you mean where like what area did it come from, or?
Yes, like what? Sorry. Was it ratepayer funding, or were there any grants used to offset the funding?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there are no grants, so it was ratepayer funding.
Okay, understood. And was the cost of the program capitalized by the company?
Subject to check, I believe it was.
Yeah, based on the way it was described when we inquired about it, that is a capital line item that was provided.
Okay, could you explain why UI chose to capitalize the cost of developing the damage prediction model, but will treat the Clean Earth Lab as an expense?
So I'm not an expert in software capitalization policy, but it was considered software, so I believe it was capitalized in that light. Sorry.
I think also, again, just going back to the nature of those engagements, this project was done specifically to fulfill an unknown need that resulted in like physical actions being taken to substations at UI. So it was not, let's say, like this model. We didn't build the model for this flooding. We used the model to identify risk within the UI system. So I would not really equate this project with projects that would come out of the Clean Earth Lab in that sense.
Okay, understood. My last question is, could you provide any data to demonstrate that the damage prediction model has generated savings for UI ratepayers or improved UI's operations?
The outage prediction model?
I think
or the damage prediction model represented
prediction model
here.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so
Would have to talk with the operational folks who use the model and could probably speak to that better than us.
and just in a general sense, I think the idea was to avoid a substation from flooding. And so when quantifying like benefits of something you avoid, I would just think of it in terms of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So how much would it cost if the substation flooded? I don't know.
Understood. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Mr. Capozzi?
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel. Steve Capozzi with Authority staff. Mr. Rincon, I heard you earlier say that so staying with the Clean Earth Initiative, I heard you stating earlier that the projects have not been identified yet. You're referring to specific research projects?
Correct. There's in the first exhibit, it explains the process through which research projects would be formally chosen. And so given sort of the proposal nature of the lab, that hasn't been conducted.
Okay, who is responsible for overseeing that process? Is it?
There would be a board of the lab that includes Avangrid stakeholders, Yukon stakeholders, and other stakeholders.
Okay. And regarding another follow-up question regarding, I think Ms. King, regarding the IAJ funding, I think you mentioned it specifically requires cost sharing. some of the types of grant funding available for these types of programs, partnerships, I guess, with research institutions require some sort of cost sharing. Do they specifically require cost sharing, company cost sharing with ratepayer funds, or just general cost sharing?
I believe the parameters are different for all of the IIJA opportunities. And I'm not aware that it is specific ratepayer funding. I think there can be other sources of funding as well, but if we want to talk specifics, I can look into getting you a more precise answer.
I think I'm all set. Thank you. So continuing with the Clean Earth. And Mr. Khan, I think you mentioned the Yukon outage prediction model or damage prediction model. Is there a difference?
Yeah, so the outage prediction model is, yes, there is a difference between the two. The damage prediction model is in reference to the tool that was used to predict substation flooding. That was a project started in 2012. That was an answer to CAA 55. And the outage prediction model is a current project. That's an ongoing project that, yeah, deals with a different topic.
Okay, so the outage prediction, so the Yukon outage prediction model has been leveraged to attain funding from NYSERDA for New York utilities. That's the outage prediction model?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And that's to incorporate New York State utility data?
So it is using, yes, the data from Avangrid's New York utility, as well as weather data that is sort of advanced weather data that's available through the New York State Mesonet that is a bit more granular than other data sets that we have in other jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. And the New York State utilities are just the Avangrid utilities?
Correct, and it's being funded not by, it's not ratepayer funded. It's funded by the corporate innovation budget, which is not affiliated with New York. My budget is discretionary for all of Avangrid, the renewables team, the offshore team, the utilities group. So
the $600,000 from NYSERDA is that what you're referring to?
The $600,000 from NYSERDA is from the state.
Okay.
And then our portion of the funding. So we are also funding a portion of the research is not coming from ratepayers in that.
I see. So how much?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I could just add to that, so the 600,000 from NYSERDA is collected through customer bills, and then NYSERDA subsequently turns around and provides that funding for these types of initiatives and projects. So it is from New York customers.
Right. So is the NYSERDA funding from just RG&E and NYSEG customers, or is it from all New York ratepayer customers?
I'm not sure about the specific PON. Typically what happens with the NYSERDA PONs is it does get collected from all New York utilities, and then NYSERDA does distribute that. But I can get some specifics for the effort that we're talking about here, if you'd like.
When was the funding secured from NYSERDA?
Let's see. So I'm here too. So 2020. Sorry, 2020.
And what was the process for receiving funding from NYSERDA?
The grant application went through the University of Albany. And so we were a party to that grant application. And then they worked through the PON process to, I guess, qualify for that particular area of research grant. So we were not the applicant for that.
University of Albany was the applicant?
Correct.
Okay. But you supported the application process?
We were on the application as well as Yukon, correct?
And did the application, were there certain requirements for application requirements for that process?
Yes.
What were some of the proposal requirements?
So for that proposal specifically, you had to have you had to send your entire cost schedule and execution schedule, as well as specifically a commercialization plan for that technology, because there was an interest by NYSERDA for these technologies that could be commercialized to be made available beyond just the use of the applicants who are developing them.
Okay, and there were milestones and deliverables for the tool itself?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now back this, so this process is also being funded by, I think you said we, but I'm not sure who we is.
Sorry, I work for Avangrid Management Company.
And that's a part of which entity is Avangrid Management?
Under Avangrid Inc. generally, yeah.
Okay, and do you know the funding that Avangrid Management Company is providing to this project?
It's not in front of me, but I can get that for you pretty easily. Yeah.
Okay.
It's along the order of $170,000 over 3 years.
Okay. And when did Avangrid Management Company begin making that, providing that funding?
2020.
Do you know if it was before, or after, or at the same time as funding was secured from NYSERDA?
After.
After, okay. Do you know how many, so back to the Clean Earth Initiative, do you know how many resources from the University of Connecticut would participate in this? Do you have that level of detail at this point in the project?
I don't, but I could, I think they would know, so I could get that answer from them.
Okay. So I guess I'm looking for how many faculty would contribute, grad students, undergraduate students, and other staff?
Okay, yeah, I don't know off the cuff, but I can ask the supervisor there.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to read in or late file?
Mr. Rincon, is it the type of information you think you can get fairly quickly, or should we submit this in writing?
I can probably get it pretty quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we could do a read-in, Chair Gillette.
Okay, very good. I think we're up to 00. Okay, so the number of faculty and graduate students.
And just to be a bit more clear, you mean so that are at all would be at all affiliated with this, or because I do imagine there's a broader group of researchers that will be asked to contribute proposals for research topics who can be made available to participate in the research of the Clean Earth Lab, and then if their project is selected, it would essentially be funded, and then they would be doing research for the Clean Earth Lab. But so if the answer is 10 research faculty are available to be affiliated, that certainly doesn't mean that we can fund 10 research projects with the proposed budget at any given time, right? So we'd probably do 1 or 2 per year with the given budget.
Okay.
So
you're asking for clarification?
Yeah. So what should I ask for, I guess?
I mean, I suppose I'll leave that up to you because, yeah, I mean,
we'll figure it out. Okay, give you an answer. Yeah, we'll see what information is available and then provide, as much detail as we can.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn to Mr. Rincon, your pre-filed testimony, exhibit number 5. This is the job description of the program manager.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you're ready, please.
Okay.
So on page 2, On page 2, on top of page 2, it says OPCO, OPCO maybe is United Illuminating, that's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it states the position is in the office of the CEO. Is that the office of the CEO, UI or Avangrid?
It's an Avangrid management company.
Okay, Avangrid Management Company. Who's the CEO of Avangrid Management Company?
It doesn't have our CEO is the CEO of Avangrid,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay. And who would this position directly report to?
Enrique Bosch, the Director of Innovation, who is my supervisor.
Okay. Who else and who does he report to?
He reports to Manuel Gonzalez, who's the Chief of Staff, who reports directly to Pedro, the CEO.
And what was the title of his position again?
Chief of Staff in the
No, I'm sorry, the Enrique.
Director of Corporate Innovation.
Director of Corporate Innovations. And who else reports to the Director of Corporate Innovations?
No one at this moment. Myself and
Okay.
and no one else.
How many total staff are in this
CEO office or the innovation?
Under the Director of Corporate Innovation.
Under the Director of
report
Corporate
directly to the Director of Corporate Innovation.
At the moment, it's currently myself. Yeah.
Okay. And do you have staff that report to you?
Not at the moment.
Okay. It states here somewhere in the middle or close to the bottom of the page that responsibilities of this position include working with subject matter experts across the company. And then it lists a bunch of business areas. Have you identified specific subject matter experts for each of these areas at this point?
I would say no, there's not like a name associated with the subject, what would be a subject or the subject matter expert from each of those areas.
Okay. Could you give a position rather than a name, you know?
Well, sure. In operational smart grids, the subject matter expert in electric vehicles would be Scott Behenick. The subject matter expert in DERs would be Bob Manning. Sure.
Okay. So you have, so it sounds like maybe you have people in mind, maybe if I understand your previous comment where you don't have a specific set, meaning it's not formalized or?
Correct. It's not formalized.
You haven't gone through the exercise yet necessarily formally or?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, so I guess the idea is this person would work across many parts of the business and depending on what the topic was that they were interested in, they would connect with the right person in the business who would be a subject matter expert there.
Okay. So who might be the subject matter expert for smart grids innovation?
I can jump in there. So it's envisioned that this position would work with our lead on the innovation framework program. So do you need a specific name?
You could provide a
Our
title.
manager of smart grids innovation programs.
Does that manager provide work solely for UI or for?
Yes.
Okay. And what about operational smart grids?
Well, it would be somebody that is dedicated to UI and looking at the UI OSG functions and capabilities.
Okay. And would that be consistent for all of these areas?
Yes.
Yes.
I just have a few questions, changing gears. I want to turn to DER management system or DERMS questions. And so I want to start with response to OCC 589. let me know when you're ready.
All set.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So, so it states here, the initial use, and so correct me if I'm wrong, the initial use of DERMS is to enable large DER where output may need to be constrained during limited timeframes. That's reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have specific DER installations in mind with this?
We do not have a specific DER project, but as DER integration, continues to expand throughout the UI territory, there'll be more and more constrained areas.
Okay. How do you define large DER?
Basically greater than 25 kW. So 25 kW and less is typically residential.
Okay, in here, in this response, it says to enable large DER, so could be something 21 kW or?
No, so for this reference, it would be like a megawatt or higher.
Okay, all right. And so the funding for this project would be for a DERMS, not system-wide. Is that correct?
No, so the initiative here, or the project here, is to put a centralized platform in, so that would be territory-wide, and that would be the head-end system. And then also grid edge devices for the specific DERs that are constrained. So it may be, a handful of DER facilities that receive the grid edge equipment. And then those would be funded by the DER developers.
So the funding reflected in this interrogatory response would be for the totality of the head-end system for
Correct.
any number of DER installations going forward?
So it's for licensing for a handful of substations and the head-end system.
So it is limited to a certain number of substations or?
Correct. The way the licensing, it's tiered by a number of substations.
Do you know how many substations this would cover?
So the proposal here is 5.
Okay. And so if you added 5 more, then it would essentially double that licensing cost?
So it's incremental, but it doesn't double each 5. I mean, at one point, it would be an enterprise-wide license. So this estimate covers hardware, software, vendor services. So it's not double the price.
Okay. Can you provide as a late file sort of the scalability of the licensing costs?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be late file exhibit 123, and it's to explain the scalability of the licensing costs. Anything further?
Yeah, DERMS licensing costs. And if licensing costs cover everything, or is it broader than that? That would need to be scaled.
So for DERMS, there's different modules. As I mentioned in the answer to OCC 0589, the use case we're implementing is to allow for integration of constrained DER, but there's other modules. The licensing that I'm talking about is for that initial use case and scaling that to additional tiers or groups of substations.
Okay, are there other costs to scale to additional substations that would increase as well in addition to the licensing costs, or there would be other modules?
No, the only other cost would be the grid edge equipment to integrate with the DER facility, but again, that would be recovered through the DER developer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think a simple, thank you. I think a simple way is just the increase of cost as you increase substations or
Number of
whatever the
sites
unit-
or number of
sites.
substations. Okay, sure.
Thank you. Okay, I want to move on to the Clean Energy Transformation Panel pre-file testimony on page 31, please.
Okay.
I'm reading about the advanced DER and load forecasting, And I see here it's a planned collaboration with an educational or similar institution. Is this part of the Clean Earth proposal or is it distinct?
This is distinct.
Okay, does the company have an institution in mind at this point for this proposal?
We have not approached a specific institution at this point.
Okay. So, and then, I'm sorry, and then can we turn to OCC 260, the company's response to OCC 260?
Okay.
Here, the company, this is staying with the DER and load forecasting. The company cites the final report of its DER and load forecasting pilot project. As lessons learned from that. Is it fair to say that report recommended, so that report recommended that the company, or the company, as a result, in that report, recommended exploring other providers of DER and load forecasting tools?
Correct.
Okay. What vendor did you use for the pilot program again?
It was Load Sear.
Okay. Do you recall the cost to implement that pilot project?
I do not.
Okay. And the pilot was limited to a number of circuits fed from Ash Creek substation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I thought I recall reading in that report that the tool that you used in that didn't provide all the information necessary. That was one of the lessons learned. Is that a reasonable, broad conclusion?
Yeah, so the tool didn't really forecast DER. That was a required input to the tool.
Okay. So any tool going forward would be one that could potentially forecast DERs?
Correct.
Okay. I think also in that report, the company thought one of the recommendations from that report that I recall reading was the company thought it was put out a competitive bid for DER forecast providers. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. Has the competitive bidding process taken place at this point for the proposed DER load forecasting project?
No, so the plan is to perform the collaboration with the educational institution to gain further insight and use that insight into informing a competitive RFP for an actual tool to be implemented.
Okay. Do you have any terms written up for an agreement with that institution at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. And back to the pilot project, just a few more questions. So the company, as part of that project and that tool, they had to input potential DER forecast, EV and DER forecasts.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe you use different level of EV and DER adoption rates, low, medium, and high adoption scenarios to input into that tool. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
about that exactly.
Do you recall how much the different scenarios deviated from how they affected the load forecasting? For example, how they may have modified the load forecast from the baseline, from the company's sort of baseline load forecasting?
No, I'd have to review that report again.
Okay. Okay. I'll ask this, but did you do you recall if the forecast that you did, the EV DER adoption forecasts, have any relationship or any effect on the actual load that was realized on those circuits?
I don't believe we've backcasted to see, if what it predicted was accurate or not.
Okay, I guess I'll request a late file for the report to be filed, Chairman. The March, I think it was March 5th, 2020. Final report, DER load forecasting pilot.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 124.
And those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. I believe we have Mr. Taylor.
I'm going to start very quickly with the 3 ESS projects, energy storage projects proposed in reference to CA interrogatory CAE 52.
Okay.
With reference to these projects, I'm just looking for clarification if it's true that the project details for the 3 proposed energy storage projects as described in this interrogatory, attachment 2 specifically, were also filed in docket number 220605, including the benefit cost analysis and the conceptual design report filed as attachment 2 here.
They were.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question on that topic, and I'm going to shift to a nearby topic, just the Pleasure Beach Island project specifically. And my first questions are going to pertain to Exhibit UI-CETP-5. On page 1, it notes that the system size of the project is approximate and will be finalized during the preliminary design phase if the project is approved by PIRA. Please describe the process for sizing the system and the relevant criteria.
Okay, so to be honest with you, what we did with those 2 for that project actually is we actually spoke to a few third-party developers, unofficially, kind of, hey, we're looking at these projects. What do you think for size-wise? We were given 2 sizes that were relatively similar. Then we did our own analysis and kind of compared what they gave us to what we thought it would be, and that's how we came down with that size of the system. So it included the batteries as well as the solar PV system, and the intent was to obviously supply power 24/7, 365. It included, cloud cover, clouded days in Connecticut, we get sunny days, et cetera. So that was the intent. Moving forward, if approved, we'll do a much more detailed analysis of sizing for both batteries and the PV system.
But you expect it'll be relatively close to those
estimates? Yeah, it'd be relatively similar.
Thank you. Page 2 notes that the current backup plan is to supply the WICC backup generator with propane on an indefinite basis, and that this is not a sustainable long-term solution. I'm curious how frequently propane would need to be supplied to maintain service if the cable supply and power were to fail.
Very good question. But I would have to talk to WICC and see the power rating of their generator. My guess, subject to check, would be every couple of days, but would have to confirm that.
Do you know how old the generator is and what the expected useful life of that equipment is?
I do not. We can certainly find that out for you.
Okay. Can I get a request to late file?
Yeah. So we'll make that late file exhibit 125, and we can combine the last question if you'd like. So, so it's to confirm the age of the generator and useful life, as well as the length of reserves for the oil?
Yeah, how frequently the generator would need to be refilled if it were the full-time power supply.
Okay.
I
fair.
might add a little bit to that if it's okay, assuming this next question can't be answered based on the previous two. I was going to follow up asking the cost of supplying said propane, including materials and O&M costs.
Yeah, we'll look into that for you as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Comment on the cost of
Yeah, cost of maintaining that generator as power source. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. If there are no clarifying questions, that is collectively late file exhibit 125.
Okay. Also on page 2, it is stated that the cable is 80 years old. It does say it is beyond the useful life, but I'm curious as to what the useful life of the cable actually is.
Let's see. Typically it's 30, 45 years, but I have to confirm with you because that cable's it's an older vintage cable. It's an old construction. I don't know if those types of that type of cable is still made today, so it's hard to say.
Okay, thank you.
We can try to consult with our operations folks and try to do a read-in if
That would be great if you could.
Yeah.
Okay. So read in P is age of the cable.
Useful life.
Yeah, useful life.
Yeah.
Okay.
For this next question, I'm going to flip over to exhibit UI-CETP-rebuttal-1, specifically page 10. And here the company states it is, quote, very unlikely that UI would be able to repair it, it being the cable, due to environmental and logistical considerations. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on why it is unlikely that the cable would be able to be repaired, and maybe provide examples of the considerations that would prohibit repair, specifically because the exhibit also mentions that the cable was repaired twice previously in 1984 and 2003.
So for a good example, if the cable were to fail somewhere underneath the harbor, it would be very difficult to repair. If it were to fail, say at the potheads where it rises up and it's on land and we can get access to it, then we could repair the cable. And I believe those two failures where we had access to the cable to repair it. So yeah, it all depends on where the cable were to fail. And again, in the harbor, very difficult to repair. And then depending on the location, if we can get to the cable, absolutely. If we can't get to the cable, it's difficult, if not impossible.
Thank you. Can you expand a little bit on some of the environmental considerations that were included in the report?
Sure. So I think in the context, we were talking about the way we would replace the cable. Going under the harbor, Bridgeport Harbor, there's a host of different oyster beds, et cetera, that are very environmentally sensitive. If you're on the island and you look towards the north part of the island, there's a little inlet. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a nesting ground for a certain type of bird in the area. There's other types of environmentally sensitive flora, fauna, whatever creature living there as well. So it's an area that getting permitting to do work can become challenging.
Thank you. Moving back to exhibit UI-CETP-5. On page 2 again, it notes that the cable servicing Pleasure Beach Island has been damaged, as we discussed. In those two instances, 1984 and 2003, was the power out for an extended period of time?
I believe power's out until we were able to repair.
Do you have any idea of how long that might have been?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could certainly look into it if you'd like us to.
Well, first, assuming the power was out, was the backup generator the method used to fuel the
Yes.
tower in the interim? Okay, thank you. So is it possible to install a generator that would have enough capacity to be considered a long-term solution?
Well, there's no fuel source out there at all. There's no gas. There's no, so anything we would do would have to be a large tank, diesel or something to that effect to, or propane, large tank of propane to maintain service to the generator. And then, of course, you have the pavilion that's there as well. That is not fit from the generator. So that as a meter, that as a customer would have to do something similar for that as well.
Okay, thank you. For the proposed project, in the case of something like a snowstorm that covers the solar panels, covered with the condition where the underground cable is no longer working, what is the backup plan in such a situation?
Well, we decided to have batteries as well, so batteries would provide power, and if the snow was deep enough that it wasn't producing power, we'd send somebody else to clean the panels off.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to note though, we would not own the solar system. We would have a PPA with someone, so it would really fall under their purview to maintain and operate that solar system.
Okay, so as a quick follow-up, you guys would have an agreement with them though for situations
Correct.
like this to make sure it's maintained?
Correct.
Okay. On page 3 of this exhibit, it appears that the company is requesting $39,500 across 2025 and 2026 for OPEX spend. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on what that money would be used for specifically.
It would be OpEx to maintain batteries. It may be the OpEx it was built into the contract for the PPA as well to maintain the solar system. If there's, it's hard to say until we actually get into contract negotiations what would be covered and how it would be covered. But typically, I believe we use 1.8% of the CapEx spend to cover the OpEx of the system itself.
So you use that same methodology here?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And last, can you please describe the benefits of the proposed PBI project, including any environmental benefits and benefits to ratepayers?
Sure. So as you can imagine, the solution is a standalone system that's providing power to the 2 small customers on the island itself. So there would be reduction or greenhouse gas savings. We have not quantified that number, but you are providing green power to power those 2 systems. The systems themselves would give us and ratepayers benefits of learning how these particular systems can be operated. There are other ways to apply those learnings to other areas where we have hard to serve customers on our territory. There's also, they're great projects. There's a great solution for replacing an old cable on the island itself.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my line of questioning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Vigrass, please.
Thank you. I'm Jenna Vigrass, Authority staff. So moving over to electric vehicles, can say how many light duty or medium and heavy duty electric vehicles it currently owns?
I do not have the total number of UI electric vehicles at hand. If anybody else does.
I believe I do. It looks like we have about 198.
Of light duty electric vehicles?
Yes,
Okay. And is that 0 medium and heavy duty?
correct.
Thank you. So is this specific to?
I'm sorry, if I could.
Sure.
I want to make sure that the 198 is the number of light duty vehicles that we have. As far as electric vehicles, we have one hybrid, and then we've ordered one EV. We're in the process of ordering one in 2022, and tentatively 2 ordered in 2023.
Okay, thank you so much. So those specific EVs, are those servicing only UI, or are they also servicing SCG and CNG?
My understanding it's just UI.
Okay, thank you. And does UI currently own any level 2 chargers or direct current fast chargers for use by its own fleet?
We do have level 2 chargers at our UI facilities in Orange. I'm not sure if we own those.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Okay, and are those level 2 chargers mostly for usage by workers for their own personal vehicles, or will they be used for the EVs?
They're
Part of the
used
light
for,
duty fleet. Sorry.
yeah, sorry. They're used for our fleet as well as employees.
Okay, thank you. So moving to interrogatory CAE 11. Can you confirm if the company is seeking recovery of 1.4 million in capital costs related to the light duty EV program?
Yes, that was the forecasted capital costs associated with the light duty EV program.
Yes, thank you. So is the company seeking recovery for those costs in this rate case proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you know how much in capital costs related to the light duty EV program were incurred in 2022?
My understanding is that it's been 0.
My understanding is that make-ready costs, there have been EVSEs installed throughout the year of 2022. So can you explain why no capital costs would have been incurred?
Because for the installations that have occurred within UI's new connections policy, they didn't incur any cost.
Okay. So in other words, there were no utility side electrical upgrades made for any of these installations?
There may have been no services and others.
In some cases, there might have not been a new service required. In other cases, there would have been a new service. But in the case where there was a new service, there may have been cost of new business costs associated with those, but none that aren't normally covered by the company. So there was no incremental cost that had to be provided as an incentive.
Okay. And that's for direct current fast chargers as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So that 1.4 million, it also included the level 2 lease program, which was just approved in the most recent final decision in December of 2022. So did not launch in 2022, is to launch in 2023. So are those costs from 2022 going to be incurred? Like, is it essentially going to be doubled up in 2023 in order to reach the 3-year budget that is proposed in the 1.4 million, or likely that cost will be lower for the level 2 lease program? Is that?
It's very difficult to say based on the types of projects we may see come through the program.
Oh, for the lease program. So
at this time, I don't know what the adjusted forecasted amount is.
Okay, thank you. So, when UI submitted this proposed budget for cost recovery, did the company um, look to see at the actual what the actual incurred costs were? In other words, did UI adjust the budget all based on the actual incurred costs of the program?
At the time that we developed the budget for this case, we didn't have any costs incurred.
Okay, thank you. So as of today, are there any capital costs associated with the light duty electric vehicle program?
No.
Okay. And does the company foresee having capital costs up to 1.4 million by 2024?
I think it's reasonable to assume that those numbers may be lower based on the experience that we've had to date.
Okay, thank you. So moving to CAE 54, the company states that there was a total of a little over 334,000 in EV program costs to be deferred to a regulatory asset at the time of filing the rate case. That 334,000, can you explain what that was comprised of?
That was comprised of incentives, customer incentives for the customer-owned electrical infrastructure, and it also included program administration costs.
Thank you. Can you provide what portion was comprised of the incentives versus the program administration costs?
Yeah, one moment, please.
Sure.
So it was. Oh, that, okay.
Apologies, we just another minute.
Take a leg off.
We don't have it handy. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Chairman, could I have a late file of this? So specifically, it would be the breakdown of the regulatory asset of a little over 334,000. What component was made up of customer incentives and what component was made up of program administration costs? And can that be further broken down between incentives provided to residential customers and commercial customers? And for the commercial customers, can you break it by program area? Thank you.
Could I just clarify by program area? Can you just elaborate on that?
Sure. So the commercial program is divided into different program areas. So the workplace and like
Okay.
duty fleet program area, et cetera.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. So this might be a similar result to this question, but do you have an update on the amount that has been deferred to a regulatory asset as of December 31st of 2022 related to the light duty program?
Yes, I believe we do have that.
Yeah. So she wants a regulatory asset for 2022. So for 2022, 1.3, approximately 1.3 million.
So 1.3 million through the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. And
That's incentives.
for that figure,
That was the
Those are incentives.
program.
600, about 655,000.
So 1.3 million was incentive payments, and then about 650,000 for other costs, program
Okay.
administration costs.
okay, thank you. Chairman, may I ask that the late file exhibit includes costs related to the regulatory asset through the end of 2022?
Okay, so for late file exhibit 126 that we just walked through, just clarifying that the breakdown that was requested is through 2022.
Yes. Thank you. Can the company provide an explanation of why it did not believe that the cost of 334,000 at the time of filing was not enough to submit in this rate case proceeding for recovery?
I can comment on the fact that when the panel's budget was developed, we didn't incur any costs yet. So it was when we were very close to filing that those costs were identified. But I can't speak to where the threshold of materiality is of when a change would be made.
Okay, thank you. And are you seeking recovery of the regulatory asset now?
No, it's going to continue to be deferred until the next case.
Okay, and with carrying costs
Yes.
of 8.8%?
Yes, my understanding is that it would be at the previously approved or the most recently approved rate.
Okay, thank you. And does the regulatory asset, does that include the costs of the FTEs hired to administer the light duty EV program?
No,
Okay, are those costs included in the capital costs?
no.
Okay. So the costs for the FTEs hired to administer the light duty EV program, are those costs being recovered in this rate case proceeding?
I believe they're part of the overall revenue requirement. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So regarding FTEs, can you describe the current number of FTEs currently dedicated to electric vehicles? in UI?
So it's divided into two functions, where our group in Smart Grids Innovation, we do, future program planning, long-term planning and regulatory engagement on new programs. And then the implementation of existing programs is within our customer programs and products group. So currently at UI, there's no 100% dedicated FTE towards electric vehicles. There's me and then two others that work across the Avangrid electric companies. So there's three total, but spread out across all the companies. And then within the customer programs and products group, there is, just confirm, three FTEs.
Okay.
So they're for implementation of the existing program.
So a total of 6 FTEs between those two groups?
3 that are dedicated to UI, and then 3 others that are, partially sharing time between UI and other companies.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding from CAE 99 is that there were 4 FTEs created, 2 of which are 100% dedicated to UI, and 2 of which dedicate 50% to UI. Those include the commercial program manager, commercial energy specialist, residential program manager, and then residential energy specialist. So I'm wondering who those FTEs are in what you just described.
Yeah.
I think that question, we have another person who's a subject matter expert on this. If we could swear him in, it might be provide for a quicker answer to that question, or a more efficient way to answer it.
Sure.
So I'll ask him to step to the microphone and identify yourself, please, your name and position for the record.
Richard Rosa, Senior Manager, Electric Vehicle Programs. I'm on grid.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. If you could raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 3 full-time equivalents, 2 dedicated UI staff, and 2 part-time dedicated to UI. They share their responsibilities between New York and Connecticut. So that incorporates the 4 people that you're referring to. So, but only 3 FTEs, 4 people, 3 FTEs.
Okay, thank you. And then there are these 3 additional FTEs that are at the Avangrid level, is what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I was going to clarify the 3 other FTEs. It's really only 2 that are working on UI related content within the Smart Grids group.
Yeah, so I think it's 3 people, but they're not dedicated to UI. So maybe that's where some of the confusion is coming in.
Okay, thank you. So specifically the FTEs that are being recovered in this rate case are the 3 that we just discussed, the commercial program manager, commercial energy specialist, and then the 2 residential FTEs that dedicate half of their time.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So do any of these FTEs currently serve as a portfolio manager or provide any broad planning and stakeholder engagement support for the EV program?
No, currently not, no.
Okay. And do any other staff at UI provide those or serve those roles?
On the stakeholder engagement piece, that's something that I do, but again, split between all the companies. So we're actually recognizing where electrification is going and the proliferation of electric vehicles. We're hoping to have more dedicated resources that can do that function, dedicated to each company. So it's done today, but not to the level that we would like to see it in the future.
Okay, Thank you.
On the other, I think there's the other half of that, which was the portfolio management, which is more about the execution of the programs. And, Rick can probably speak to that.
Yeah, so I think what was proposed in the rate case is in consideration of all of the activity that was proposed in general, including the proposal for the medium heavy duty pilot programs. So when you consider, we have currently at UI a program manager for our commercial make ready programs and a support energy specialist. For residential programs, we have a part-time program manager and a part-time energy specialist to support them. So if we were to add the medium heavy duty programs in addition to some of the other activities, we would like to see a portfolio manager for all EV activities at UI.
I think we need to put a pin in it for the evening. So we will have to pick up here in the morning, and just a reminder that tomorrow the hearing will start at 11. And Attorney Venora, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with you because my system is leaves a little to be desired here.
Not a whole lot different than mine. So for the read-ins, just that you want to confirm first what we have there.
Yeah, I'm showing GG,
Yep.
JJ, KK,
Yep.
MMNNOOPP.
Yeah, that's what I've got also.
All right, so we've got 7 outstanding. And then do we have any open administrative matters? I don't think so.
No, I don't think we do.
Okay, very good. So we will resume tomorrow at 11 a.m. I'll pause to see if there are administrative matters and any read-ins, and if not, we'll resume with cross for this panel by authority staff.
Great.
All right,
Thank you very much.